Welcome, everybody, to Advantage in Paradise. Uh, I have thought I got. Well, that's not words. I thought I knew how to go live, and I don't. Welcome, everybody, to Advantage in Paradise. As per usual, our lovely, lovely actual play D&D game. The audio and ambiance is brought to you by a combination of Sirenscape, tabletop audio, and licensed music from soundstripe.com. They're all very useful services. Soundstripe.com actually has a new plugin for Twitch. I have not tried it, but I think that's really cool. But tonight we have a lovely, lovely adventure for you. But before we get into that, I'm going to turn it over to Shannon to talk about our partners and upcoming news.
Sup, everybody? Happy Monday. So yes, I have a couple of things to share with you. Let's see. We are on a quest for 1,000 Twitch followers. We were at 909 the last time I checked, which is amazing, but we only have 10 days to get there. So please help us spread the word. Even though I'm terrified, I really want to DM a game for these goobers next year. So let's help us get there. We're also going to be doing a giveaway with a couple of our partners. So yeah, all good things. Speaking of our partners, we have Arcane Spectacles, who are the creator of beautiful spell trackers and other tabletop accessories, most recently ornaments. They are adorable. I bought one of every kind that they had, and they're on my tree, and I love them. They also just came out with some new wooden dice vaults, so if you would like to go purchase any of the amazing products that they have, be sure to use the code Paradice, Paradice, for 10% off any item in their Etsy shop. Next, we have Talon and Claw, the creator of gorgeous wooden tabletop accessories like DM screens, dice vaults, dice, etc. If you'd like to purchase any of their amazing products, like class coasters that I just bought, there's my rogue, and it says, "Even this motto is stolen,"
That's
and
awesome.
I love it. Isn't it great? They have one for all the classes. So if you'd like to buy one of those, you can purchase that and use the code Paradice for 10% off. Next, we have the Underground Oracle Publishing, the creators of incredible D&D 5e supplements. Our very own Cal uses the Prongs of the Black in our campaign, which took out a troll in a single round. They are very close to reaching 100 patrons on their Patreon. I think they only have maybe 5 or 6 left to go. So if you haven't signed up for their Patreon, head on over there, support Keith and Jess because they are beautiful people. Last but not least, we have Eddie York, who is the original character artist for Paradice. You saw the whole gang on our waiting screen, and you'll see them on our scrolling cards in just a moment. Eddie designed all of them, and he's just a wonderful human, so check him out on Twitter, Instagram, and Patreon. And the last thing I have is our Jasper's Game Day fundraiser. We have been going since our one shot back in November. We are very close to $1,000. We're at $840, so really, really close. Can somebody put donate in the chat, please? So we would love to hit that goal by the end of the year. So if you have a little extra change and want to support a great cause, there's the link. I hope one of them puts them in the chat. And we also have another Jasper's Game Day event coming up in January, but I'll let Sean talk about it because that's his game.
Yes, everybody. So, if you would like to support Jasper's Game Day in the new year, after our campaign is over, I will be DMing a table for Jasper's Game Day weekend fundraiser on the 9th of January at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So come on by, donate to a good cause. Your donations can influence the game. It's going to be really fun. We've got Jared from Arcane Spectacles at that table. We've got Shannon at that table and some lovely, lovely other folks, including Wayward Sage, which I didn't know he was going to be in it until recently, which is awesome. So that is all of our announcements for now. Oh, one other announcement. It was talked about briefly on the Tim and Shannon Power Hour, and I just wanted to mention it here so that folks who may have missed that could hear it. But sometime in the new year, likely the second week of January or the first week of January, will be what we are going to call the season finale for season 1 of Advantage in Paradise. So essentially what will happen is we will find a smooth conclusion to this current arc, and then we will be taking a brief break, and then we will be coming back for what we are calling Season 2, which will have the characters a little bit wiser, a couple months older, and maybe with some new experiences. Yeah. Vanish in Paradise 2. No, but Reloaded. But yes, we will have more information about that throughout the next few weeks. So stick around, check our socials for all the information on that. And there'll be a lot of really awesome rollouts with that, including new character art, some very fun and cool recaps for Season 1, so folks can jump right in when we get started with Season 2 in the new year. So keep an eye out for all of that information, friends. All right.
We should come up with a really badass name for Season 2.
Right?
Advantage in Paradise, Season 2.
Reloaded.
All right. So
We
let's
already
jump
said
in. All right. Why don't we? Every time I get interrupted, I just go, all right. I just had to resist really badly of saying all right again. Okay, friends, let's get into our recap for tonight. Last we met, the Wayward Five had concluded their stay with Miles and Davlis in the Frog Hollow Gin Bucket. There, they enjoyed the amenities of the 24-hour tavern. Bubble baths, hot chocolate, and hearty diner food, including Tressian toast, mozzarella sticks, tomato soup, grilled cheese, all sorts of things. It was a much-needed rest after the brutal road from north into Zerwold, further into Taramran, and then eastward into Oxlin. While there, in the late hours alone, you discussed your agenda for entering the massive capital city of the Trinwald Quintarchy, Cairdolan. Huron wished to visit the famed libraries in the city to specifically research the Pallid King and other artifacts that could lead to more info on the dangerous events happening across Gwenvlir. He asked Cal and Scarlet to investigate the figures he had read about, Hollingsworth and Killian Fox, to see if they have any connections within the city that might spread light on why they worked with the Highland Syndicate and what they wanted to accomplish. Wiswick has his own quarries in the city. He wishes to visit a magister named Calra at the Kiris University, a name given to him by his uncle Owick, who he had cast sending to last session. He informed him to seek her out because she was always kind to him when he spent his time in the city. During this discussion, Uncle Owick sounded a bit sickly and a bit tired. The rest of the night was all bubble baths, drinks, and much needed talking, as Scarlet and Curon discussed the events in Summerlinden, bringing a little bit of hope into what makes up the Wayward Five and what good you all can do in the future. This happened while Timber snoozed in his bathtub. Wiswick and Curon later sat upon the rooftops watching the stars and discussing their futures and the things they will do. At this time, they kept an eye on a Crimson Court assassin that Curon had previously encountered, watching them carefully since they had entered Oxlin. In the nighttime, as everyone rested, Curon was stricken with nightmares of his past. He dreamt of his pilgrimage to the religious capital of Elysia known as Theris Moor, or the City of the Dead, where he ascended up to the central citadel of the city, a massive structure built around the ruins of an old lay sanctum, home to Queen Aela the Undying herself. In the eerily green-lit streets, he made his way to the halls of the dead to beseech the Queen to listen to the message he had received from, he believes, Queen Aela herself. They did not listen. They cast him out, leaving him mad or just some farm kid from the countryside. That voice echoed in Kieran's head that he had heard when he found the shard of the corpse moon floating down, glowing in the nights of Elysia. That voice, he believes, is Ilyuvanya's, whispering, "Iron grinds against bone. The circle splinters. The one with a pallid mask threatens the children of the moon. Bring me back to your world." As this echoed in his mind, he became lost in the detritus-filled streets and the ruins all around. Makeshift homes, traveling merchants preying on the pilgrims here, dirty streets, before he bumped into a curious and lost little gnome, Wiswick. And their journey began there, as they set out to a world neither of them knew. He awoke the next morning, and you all shortly followed. While he still felt some of that sorrow and shame that he felt in those sickly streets, he knew where he was going. The next few days, you embarked to the capital, and with minimal difficulty made your way into the tight-packed, sprawling city of Caerdolan. Muddy, labyrinthian streets beneath high plateaus where the glittering towers, the wealthy spike into the blue sky. You settled into the richly starry silhouette in the Willowick Promenade, just below the Empyrean Holdfast, the castle of the king. It was here that you settled into another lavish experience. Bubble baths, bath bombs, delicious meals, beautiful accommodations. All perhaps not necessarily worth the 50 gold a night you would spend here. But an opportunity came as a servant of General Aldrich Kinsley, known as Gwendolyn, arrived with an invitation for you to spend your stay in Caerdolan in his lavish manor up in the Rosine Rise. Use his resources and be under his protection during your stay here. This was in the late hours of the night, and you informed the servant that you would not give your response until the morning, when you could discuss it further. Last you had seen General Kinsley was all the way back in Driftmarch, after he had contracted you to deal with a demonic bat creature that had been summoned beneath Driftmarch Fortress. You begrudgingly had taken that job and somewhat left Kinsley not on a perfect accord, but at least amicable. In these late hours, Cal also wrote a letter to his former swordmaster, Arlen, to be sent down to Honduras. From there, you found rest, and that's where we left off. Wayward 5, you rest for the evening, and the morning quickly comes. You wake early as you've gotten very nice accommodations. Your sleep is perfect. You almost don't want to wake up with how lovely the sheets and blankets and pillows are. But the day comes. Kieran, of course, you wake up before everyone if there's anything you want to do. But for the rest of you, you all wake up roughly around, I'll say, 8 a.m. Wayward 5, what would you like to do?
Kieran sneezes.
Cal would assemble everyone and go get breakfast in the restaurant downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Restaurant. The restaurant.
Kieran, did
Alright.
you know this is a restaurant?
I wasn't aware. I didn't.
So, Kieran and
We
Timber
walked through it on the way in, didn't we? Or we
Whis-
saw it on the way in.
whisper to each other on the way down about the restaurant they all saw the night before.
I was too busy looking out for assassins.
That's true.
Is that a type
Uh,
of food?
But everyone, you are gathered. You are gathered by Cal to go downstairs. And you can easily enough find your seats within the restaurant and order some breakfast to discuss your day.
Do they have that toast with the what was that they put on there?
The
was
green
wicked
stuff?
Delicious.
You talking about?
Cinnamon?
Yes, the cinnamon. Yes, it was delicious.
I mean, it's basically mostly sugar. There's a little bit of cinnamon in there, but yeah, I think they probably have that stuff.
I would very much like to try some more of that. It was
Yes. Well, when the waiter comes to you, they give you the spread for breakfast. It's not the type of place that has a big menu. It's you're gonna
This
eat
is for sure.
Yeah.
Exclusive.
Yeah.
Two
yeah.
things, three things, two things.
Mhm,
Is your-
mhm. Yeah. It's
Yep.
some thick cut aged bacon, a soft cheese platter, duck eggs with some prosciutto wrapped dates, and some lovely artisanal coarse rye bread.
That is some very Honduran food right there.
Yeah, it is a very Honduran breakfast.
Cal would just take the menu and go, chef's choice, thank you. So I think we have a decision to make, friends.
What about?
yes. What are we getting for breakfast?
You're getting the
Right.
dates.
All right,
Kyoto.
go ahead.
These duck
no,
eggs sound delightful.
Cal is correct. We need to make a decision for the rest of our time here. And
I think
Bishop
he
is
just muted his
talking
mouth.
You just
with no words coming out of his mouth.
I'm pretty sure I know what I'm doing.
I
Both
think
out
it's
of
a
the game
reference-
and in the game.
I think
No,
they're referencing going to the general's estate.
Precisely.
Wait.
Well, I'm all for it. I
We
don't
got,
know.
right.
we
What's
got
invita-
notification
What?
or an invitation to the general's estate last night.
That's right. I don't actually know that. My bad.
We did. When?
Yes,
The
last
boys'
night
room
one of his
received
courier,
it.
uniformed courier of his showed up to our suite last evening and invited us to take our lodgings in his manor house in the Rosian Rise.
That's not suspicious at all. We just
Why,
arrived
that's
here and he sent for us.
Well, the gate guards know we were here, and like I said, in a place like this, in seats of power, everyone is talking to everyone.
They have eyes everywhere.
The thing to remember is the old saying, "On the heights, the paths are paved with daggers." And what it means is,
You're
When-
writing this.
when elevated to any place of power, all of a sudden, all things become a danger. Every twist, every turn, somebody is there to try and wrest power from somebody else. And while we are luckily minor enough that I don't think it should be a problem, should we ever get involved with anyone like that, it's something to remember.
Maybe we should talk to some people around town, see if the general is. I mean, I overheard some people last night. They thought that the general is down south or just returned. Like they didn't really have a good opinion of him. It might put us in more danger if people see us around him.
I disagree entirely. I think that it'll only be a boon working underneath the general, though I disagree with him.
I agree. As we know, the general and us have not always seen eye to eye, but we still have his letters. He didn't rescind them, and I think using his staff and his colors to get us into places is going to be a lot easier than having to strike out on our own. Now, I mean, I expected at least 3 to 4 days before we would be able to actually get in. We would need to make introductions. We need to get the right people to listen to us. This is going to cut all that in half, if not more.
Plus, our bill will be
Much less.
simpler.
I don't know. Every time we deal with him, he wants something from us.
Oh, don't get me wrong. He'll want us to do something in return, I'm sure, but
Not sure I'm up for that.
Look, if the price is too high, we leave and come back here.
Correct.
It's
Worst
fine.
case scenario,
But
we hear him out and take
Will
him
we
toward you,
though? Will we? Because
If
we
the
always
price is too
we
high,
always
yes.
seem to succumb to his requests. when he offers
Well, when his
them.
requests are to kill evil demons and protect innocence of Set, it's hard to say no.
Yeah, I don't think there's any evil demons hanging around this big city. Probably some mean people, but I don't really feel great about doing any more work for the general either. I think we've pretty much made as much like he likes us fairly well from what the stuff that we've already done. I think he owes us a little bit. It's worth seeing how far his generosity will go.
I agree. I say we take him up on it. We don't bring up paying him back. We take this as as owed. And if something comes up that he's making a demand or a suggestion or a request, we evaluate from there.
Correct.
I find this most agreeable.
I don't like it, but I'm not going to stand in the way.
Don't worry, Scarlet. You'll feel better once we get into the fancy area. We'll get some new bubble bath soaps or something. It'll be
Because
great.
she likes gray food. I don't think she.
I raise my hand in the appropriate I'm calling for help from a servant.
A young squire-like boy comes out of nowhere, it seems, with a pitcher of water. Just, what can I get you, sir?
Yes, thank you for bringing the water. Once you have a spare moment, if you could please get me a scrap of paper and some quill and ink, please.
At once, sir.
Thank you very much.
Wiswick's got a book full of spare paper.
Yeah, but that's your paper. I'd rather use the hotel's.
What, they have some fancy letterhead that I don't?
No, I just didn't think to be like, hey, that backpack that's upstairs, get your paper from it.
I carry my papers around everywhere.
Your waiter returns with these very small portion breakfasts that are perhaps for some of you enough, but maybe those who like to voraciously eat a lot, like Timber, it's probably not enough. But they set them all down for you, and your waiter asks, would anyone like anything to drink this morning besides the waters?
Wiswick finishes his food and his water really fast, but says,
None for me, thanks.
he's just excited to get going.
I think you had a brute on your menu. If you could bring a spit of that, and then perhaps the bottle if we like it. Thank you.
Certainly, sir. You know what you like. If you're continuing your stay with us here at the Starry Silhouette, please, on your way out, make sure that you check in with Mycroft to continue your rooms. But if not, please check out.
Of course. Did he bring my paper?
Yes. Quickly
Okay.
after that, the young boy comes back with a small stack of parchment and some ink.
Excellent.
And a quill.
I write, attention, staff of Baron Kinsley. I think he was a Baron. I don't remember. I write the
Duke.
accurate one.
He's a
Duke. Oh, oof. Okay. Duke Kinsley. We would be pleased to take you up on your offer of accommodations. Please either send someone over to lead us there, as we don't want to show up unannounced, or alternatively, we can be there by, I make up a time, 11. And I turn to the same boy and I go, please send this by runner to General Kinsley's house in the Roseanne Rise, please.
You sure we shouldn't just use Jet? I mean, he knows what he
And
looks like.
I put a piece of gold in there, like I fold the paper around the gold.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
The young lad grabs it quickly, nods to you. It will arrive as soon as possible, sir. It's around 8:30, approaching 9 at this point, so you have a little bit of time before you
Have to check out.
have to check out. Yeah, exactly.
What time is checkout?
It's a 10:30 checkout.
Did we ask for late checkout?
For late checkout?
You did not ask for late checkout, and they will put your things outside your room.
Cal, you think you're a little too frivolous with the money lately?
What are you talking about?
I mean, I could have just sent that letter with Jet. You didn't have to tip the guy and send the waiter off to go be our messenger boy.
No, I doubt he'll do it. He'll probably take half of it, give the other half to one of their couriers.
Yeah, exactly. I could have just flown that over there in 2 seconds. They know what Jet looks like.
They definitely don't know what Jet looks like. They're a bunch of random people.
The general knows. I'll just go straight to the
Based on
source.
what we were told last night, the general is not here. You're muted.
Come on, there's got to be somebody under his order that knows my
It's
familiar.
fine. It's just a piece of gold. It doesn't matter.
Okay. I mean, we spent a lot of money on the room, and we could have just, I don't know.
I think the insurance of the courier with the gold is worth it.
Yeah, Embla kind of looks up from kind of like holding this date wrapped in bacon. Just, yes, and you all just made a significant portion of gold in the last town, and you'll be saving money if we are staying with your friend. 50 gold a night saved is quite a discount.
Yes, of course it is. I mean, the rooms weren't that expensive anyway. It doesn't matter. Sorry. So we're agreed. I would say let's take an hour to, I don't know, maybe change our clothes, get some laundry done, perhaps. Actually, you might want to wait. I don't know. I guess we're free until we leave. Yes.
Yes, you have a little bit of time if there's anything you want to do in the Rosine Rise or the Willowwick Promenade or the hotel itself, or if you do want to wash up or anything like that, you have some time before you have to check out, and you promise to meet with the general's servants at 11 a.m. in the Rosine Rise. So you've got some time. Is there anything anyone would like to do?
I think I would like to wash off the glitter.
Yes, you can definitely wash off the glitter from your excessive bath bomb usage last night.
What do her sheets look like?
Oh, they're truly horrible.
I burned them.
I imagine they're replaced by the time she gets back from breakfast.
Yeah.
And there's a suitable bill on her bedside.
Cal would run Robert through his paces, not the whole paces, because we don't want to be like making a whole lot of noise in this hotel room.
Yeah.
But his like footwork drills maybe.
Yeah, you've like pushed the common areas quarters around, and you're in the middle of the room and mostly working on footwork at half speed, and while everyone's getting their belongings all packed up, Embla watches.
Timber, can we try the meditation again?
I would like to, but I think we should skip today. I think you need a couple of days of rest. Timber's like trying to avoid the conversation right now.
Okay. Are you sure? You said that in order to get good at it, it had to be consistent. We had to do it daily.
I did, but based on
You're
what you're
right.
feeling, yes, I'm okay. I'm not feeling up to it today. It's me, not you.
All right.
Oof.
It's let's in a couple of days we'll try again. Okay.
All right.
I'm going to make something that might help.
You're acting weird. Okay.
Stefan, you got something?
Kieran's gonna sending to Valen.
Expected that.
Did you? Oh, you know all my secrets, do you, Sean?
Yes, because you usually tell them to me.
Yeah, true.
Do you have your
I have it
message
written
prepared?
out, but I forget what. I looked it up. It means kinsman. It's what I
Oh,
call
your
him every
message you would
time.
give him? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, hey folks, this is why you keep. Actually, my notes are really good, but I just forget shit all the time.
Sean.
We'll just go with
Sorry.
Valen.
Sorry.
He's back.
No.
Dearest Valen, excuse me. Dearest Valen, if you haven't heard yet, we have reached Kerdolan. We have received an invite to stay at the General's estate. Is it safe?
Okay. You it takes a moment, and then you get a response shortly. Buon Savolte Duetha. Which you understand is safe harbor, brother. As he looks to you, and you hear, he doesn't look to you. You hear him, his response is, the general has told me that you are staying, well, he hopes that you are staying in his estate in the Rosine Rise. It has been a long time since I have been there. But every time I have been to the capital, it's a sickly place. Too many people, mud in the streets. The Rosine Rise is more spacious. There are trees there. It's beautiful. I would say it is safe. The general is not there. We are still in the south. We are in our own encampment. He may send you a message if you accept his offer. But we are currently on the outskirts of the city of Tasaka. Be careful in that city. Everyone is looking out for themselves there, especially those who live on the hill.
And that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
Wiswick is gonna find a clear, open area where he can study his notes, and he's gonna continue his progress in copying some spells down into his spell book for a few hours.
Absolutely. Perfect. Timber, you had something?
Oh, yes. I'm going to brew an invisibility potion, or try to.
Yes. Go for it.
Ooh. This is a high DC.
Yeah. I'm trying to pull. I always forget to pull up our spreadsheet
It's,
for these
it's
sessions.
21, FYI.
Yeah. Thank you. And go ahead and roll.
Ooh, baby! Ooh, baby! Oh my god. That burner saved my butt.
Yeah, I mean it's the Gwyn burner is a pretty big deal in a
it's
game where I actually let you brew potions.
It is exactly 21.
Nice. All right. So you put in the appropriate ingredients. You use your vials. You use your waters, your wisp stalks. You crumble them up and grind them in your mortar and pestle. You see that as they're being ground up, there is sort of this like glittering liquid that comes out of them. Their wisp stalks are more like mushrooms, and they have that kind of like long stem and then that like polyps at the end. And as they burst, there's sort of this blue, scintillating fluid that comes out. And as you mortar and pestle it and then pour it into it, you can see it sort of dancing through the water like ink until you start to twirl it over the Bunsen burner that you can magically get at the exact right temperature to infuse it with the other ingredients. You have yourself an invisibility potion. A potion of invisibility. All right.
That's all I'm gonna do.
All right. Anything else before we get around to 10:30 checkout?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay. All right. So, 10:30 comes around. You have gathered all of your belongings into your packs. Rocky has gotten the cart ready to be brought up to the Rosine Rise. You step downstairs. You settle your bill for the evening, which I believe is going to be with the rooms and the breakfast. Will come out to, let's see how many there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Should come out to about 70 gold pieces for the whole exchange.
Okay. I think I paid up front for the room, so I paid $20 more.
Yes, you did pay up front for the room, so that'll be 20 gold pieces for the meals and the. Oh wait, sorry, it'll be a little bit more because I forgot about the bath bombs that.
Jesus Christ.
that Scarlet threw in there.
How much?
So it'll be another 15 gold because those are 5 gold each.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
Well, no, wouldn't that be 20 gold because there's 4 of them?
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, you're right. There was 4 of them. Sorry, so that'll be another 5 gold
Okay,
on top of that.
All right, that's
I'll
gone.
give you the 20 gold back for that.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so slinging our packs over our shoulders, I suppose. We head out for the Rosie and Rise.
Okay, excellent. So you.
I feel like we don't take our horses. Like I feel like that's like we'll send somebody for our horses.
Yeah, that's no problem. You begin to move. So where the starry silhouette is, it's up in the northern portion of the Rosian Rise. So you begin to head on the southward road. Just for your all's reference, for the map I showed you, those sort of like veiny like roads are the main roads. They're not the only roads in the city, but they're the main roads that lead between the different districts. So you begin to head southward. You can see the causeway that leads up to the upper Empyrean Holdfast. Kind of wraps around the northern ridge of the plateau that the castle is on, and leads to the northern gate. You pass through the streets. It's fairly busy. It's later in the morning. People are getting ready. People are heading either into the Frog Hollow district below, or you see some of them heading off towards the Decay or the Landing to do their business. People are moving about, and it is a busy day. You head up towards the small gatehouse at the base of the causeway, where you approach the guards. And one of them does step forward. You notice these guards, as opposed to the ones you've seen in the lower districts and even in the rest of the promenade, they are well armored and well armed. They have, whoever's in kind of the front can spot hand crossbows at their waist, swords at their waist, shields at their back. They're holding halberds. They have very nice plate armor that looks very well made. Like Scarlet, you would see it and you could be like, that is the best plate armor you've ever seen. It's so well made and flexible and lightweight seeming. They move with authority as they approach you, as one looks up to, I'm presuming, Cal, who's at the head, and says, "Excuse me, citizen, your business?"
Yes, hello, sir. We are here at the invitation of General Aldrich Kinsley. We will be, hopefully, taking up accommodations in his estate here, or his manor house, I believe.
Yes, we were given word to expect your arrival from his servant, Gwendolyn, as well as your courier from the Starry Silhouette. Welcome to the Empyrean Holdfast, Mr. Stormrain, Lord Stormrain. Right this way. And they'll open up the wrought iron gates of this lower gatehouse. And he will personally begin to escort you up to the proper gatehouse. As you're rising up above, you can get the further up. This causeway has a very short wall because it's not really a rampart. Really, it's just meant for access to the upper city. You get a glimpse at the city below here. You can see the Willowwick Promenade. It's quite small from this high up. It's really just one main avenue, and the rest of it is that sprawling Frog Hollow, middle-class merchant area with some residential areas. And you can see it. It's such a vast city that you can see like the hills that the homes are built on. And it sort of waves across the district. You can see as you get to the higher points of the causeway, to the north, you can see the Diligence Quarter, where you can see smokestacks rising from small or large factories that you can see. You're uncertain what production is happening there, but you can clearly, distinctly see the industrial center of the city, warehouses, large structures meant to contain products for the guilds. And the last thing you would notice is you would just get a brief glimpse past the walls of the rise here, where you would see just a glimpse of the sprouts. You see the northern bridge that leads to the Zenith Gate, which is the northern gate, and beyond it you can see those similar rolling hills of the city side. But there's a notable brown muckishness to this area, and a sadness to it. There's some fog drifting over it, but you can see it as significantly poorer than the other districts. But at this point, you've reached the largest gatehouse that leads into the Rosine Rise. You can see that this is kind of an older gatehouse, and there's sort of this mismatchedness to the fortifications of the Empyrean Holdfast. You can see some torn down curtain walls that still some of the stonework is left there, and then these thicker, shorter walls that have been installed around it. You can see some smaller bastions sticking out from the fortification at each of the points. It's a rough, very rough pentagon. And you approach the gate. The guard approaches the guards there. They whisper a few things, and then they call out, and the gate is slowly opened. The portcullis is lifted, and you are entering into the Rosine Rise. When you enter into here, it is a beautiful, beautiful, small community in here. You see tall townhouses with their own personal walls around them, with their own yards. You see tall trees sprouting behind these walls. You see wrought iron fences in certain areas. There's a beautiful fountain as soon as you enter in that just provides this beautiful rushing water sound throughout. The streets have beautiful cobbles. There are gorgeous lampposts, ivy crawling across the walls. For a lot of you, you've never seen such a spectacular place. For Curon, it might even remind you somewhat of the villas in Elysia that are more common areas. You know, the culture of Elysia is different, where you have the common villa of the village around the central core. But the beauty and the design is there. That is more widespread and common in Elysia amongst the common folk. You are brought up close to the walls of the Dulkrog Bastion, the actual castle itself, that you can see now has tall, ancient, very old curtain walls. And within, you can see a spire piercing up from it, quite tall and made of a beautiful white stone, with a observatory up at the top. Beyond that, you can't really see too much within the Dulkrog Bastion. And you can see to the north from you, you can see the tips of the cathedral in the next district over, the Auroran Cathedral, the central seat, which Cal would know as the central seat of power for the Church of the Everflame. But you're brought close to the back portion of the Rosine Rise, where you see there is this lovely estate. You can see these stonework walls that spread around in a ring. You can see these tall, beautiful trees covered in fruits and flowers and all sorts of beautiful foliage, with a wrought iron gate in the front with personal guards that are not dressed in the Royal Town's Guard, but of the colors of General Kinsley. And you approach, and you can see on the other side of the wrought iron fence is Gwendolyn, who you had met the night before, who had given you the invitation.
To refresh my memory, I'm sorry, what are his colors?
Good question. So his colors are a vermilion red, with the some not navy, some more like baby blue trim, kind of a bright blue color that goes along with this sort of brownish vermilion red color. Somewhat like an antithesis to the Crimson Court that plagues his city. It's more of a warm red with some bright colors associated with it. But yes, you approach the wrought iron fence as Gwendolyn is standing there in her own mismatched, well-to-do clothes. Cal is again, you can notice like the clothes are clearly a uniform, while she looks like she probably lives in the Frog Hollow or even potentially in the Sprouts. But she is waiting there, and she goes forward, opens the wrought iron gate as she steps forward to you all, walking up and says, "Welcome, guests of Aldrich Kinsley, Duke of Mark of Gristram. Welcome to his estate. If you would follow me, as I assume you have accepted his invitation to stay within these quarters during your time here."
Yes, thank you. Gwendolyn, right?
That is correct. Lord
Excellent.
Stormrain.
Yes, I believe you know me, and last night I believe you would have met Kieran here, or at least seen him. No, not Kieran. You would have met Timber here, at least seen him, and Wiswick, I say, and I go around and I introduce him.
You're all welcome, friends. Duke Kinsley. We have plenty of rooms for all of you, plenty of accommodations. You'll have free reign of the manor. Save if a door is locked, a door is locked. Any that there is not a locked door, you are welcome. The kitchens are fully stocked, and all amenities to cook what you wish are there. Your beds will be attended to each day. How long is your intention to stay?
Honestly, Gwendolyn, I don't know if we have a definite date. We're here to do some research in the libraries and perhaps speak with some of the members of the university. So it depends how long that research.
Is your study one of those locked rooms?
There is a study made available to you by General Kinsley that we will show you to, which should have all that you need to prepare to attend the libraries or to do any personal study, as well as a portion of his own personal library that is available to you. If you are not certain of when your stay will end, please simply alert me as soon as possible about your departure so I can ensure that we are staffed properly. Right this way. And she leads you into the estate. You notice it is this beautiful villa manor. It has about it has a stone foundation with tall brick walls, and it's very large. Like you'd probably get lost in it if all the rooms were unlocked. Three floors. Likely some sort of basement, wine cellar area as well. The actual grounds around are quite large and have their own sort of arboreum there, where there are several different varieties of plant life. But you're led up the steps that lead into the first floor of the home, and when you enter in, it is vast, gorgeous, vaulted ceilings, artisanal furniture, all sorts of things, paintings all along the walls, and these lanterns throughout that give a warm, welcoming tone to the rooms. There are books everywhere. There are bookshelves in all manner of spaces. You are led up immediately into a kind of vestibule, grand entrance stairway that leads up and has two mezzanines around the entering chamber, and you are brought to your quarters, essentially. There is a hall, a wing of the manor that is clearly where there's a string of guest rooms for visitors, and you could each have an individual room to your own. When you go into these rooms, they are well stocked, well appointed. Yes, there are. She actually goes individually, at least for the Wayward Five, not for your other guests, and points into the room and be like, "This room is for Lord Stormrain. Plenty of room for your exercises and training, as well as any amenities you might need in your stay here. This room here is for Wiswick, I believe it is. It has
Yeah, if you want the full family name, it's Wiswick, Bilgrew, Farlight, Yellen, Jedry, Pedry, Netherrock. Mr. Netherrock will do.
This room is for Lord Netherrock, and here you can have. There is a research area with tools and apparatus that you may need, as well as fresh paper and some of the general's personal favorite texts, as well as any other needs you might have. Similarly, for our Elysian friend, Curon, there is a room also stocked with those things that might be needed for research, as well as a book on the Everflame that he thought might be curious for you to read.
The general is too kind, as are you, Gwendolyn. Thank you.
We have another... Timber, by the way, are you in a humanoid form, wolf form?
Wolf the whole
Yeah,
time.
I figured. I figured as much. She just points to another room and says, we have a room here for
This is
Lady
a doghouse.
Lady
Sorry.
Scarlet with amenities for her beloved hound companion. It has a lovely balcony that I was told to say from Lord Kinsley is excellent for brooding.
She'll roll her eyes at
Puppuccinos?
But it has all the amenities you might need, as well as a lovely large dog bed for your friend Timber.
Thank you.
For the rest of you, I was not sure who you were, so I just have regular rooms.
You could take these other 3 fucking rooms.
Exactly.
Side characters.
As I said, you have free reign of the manor, except for rooms that are locked. If you would meet me in a half hour after you are settled within the study on the top floor, I will answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much.
Sound- Yep, thanks.
Before we go into the rooms after Gwendolyn leaves, I'll kind of like go and kneel down in front of Timber. You said you didn't want to stay in my room anymore. We can move that if you want.
Timber gives a shrug and a tilt of the head.
And just walks in.
All right, I'll take that as a yes.
Scarlet, when you walk in, the dog bed is like bigger than some of the beds you've had in taverns.
I imagine that Scarlett's feeling pretty overwhelmed by all of this because she's never been in a place that's this big.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you may have stayed at some nice places in the last 2 months or so,
Yeah.
but like most of your life, you've stayed in hollowed out factories and barns and the tiny quarters of the Crimson Court. Like you've been used to ascetic lifestyles for the most part.
Yeah, I actually have a question that I'm going to message you, but you don't have to
Okay.
address it right now.
No problem.
After Timber goes and circles around on his bed, he's gonna immediately get up and then go to Wiswick's room.
All right.
You catch Wiswick. He's basically just perusing the. When he first comes in, he's perusing like the names of all the books that were laid out for him, and then he immediately sees a giant closet and opens it up excitedly.
Timber walks inside and then nudges the door closed. And then begins to, crack.
He sticks his head out from behind the closet.
Oh, hey, Timber, what's going on?
Hey, Vizek. I know this is nice and all. Could you just do a quick little detect magic sweep just to make sure we're not being spied on?
Yeah, why not? I don't. What's the harm in it, right?
Correct.
We're doing detect magic. I'll extend the range by burning some spell slots.
Sure.
Let's figure this out because it's a little bit more complicated.
The nerve.
I'm gonna burn 2 level 1 spell slots to double it twice.
Okay.
So
to
it was
120
originally
feet, right?
30, 60, 120. Yep.
Okay. The most distinct thing you would notice is that the exterior of the manor itself has abjuration magic all across it. There seems to be some kind of, as far as you can tell at this point, security to the manor itself. You don't notice any scrying magic. You don't see any scrying oculuses in the rooms. There are rooms that do radiate different magic. So there's a room that radiates with transmutation magic. There's a room that radiates kind of with several different magical types. That's, and you can tell that it's kind of accoutrement in that room. You think it might be like his personal study, as opposed to the one that he's given you access to. And then there's just there's magic on all of the lanterns. And then there's a little bit of magic glittering in the study that you presume Gwendolyn is going to meet you in. There's the magic in there is a let me just. That magic is conjuration.
Well, it's pretty much what I expected. There's some sort of magical ward defending the grounds, and there are a few pings of probably places that they won't let us into that have a lot of magic going around. But no spying or anything like that. I think we're safe to have a normal conversation.
Okay, that's good to know. Where did you see the high concentrations of this magic? Where do you presume his study is?
I like where you're going with this, Timber. You better let me know if you get anything good.
And I start jotting down like a general, like just a little doodle of. Like,
for your reference, your quarters are in the southern wing of the manor. The study was in the northern wing of the manor. That you saw the high concentration of magic. And then the transmutation magic that you detected is in the northern wing as well, but it seems to be in the lower levels, like probably in the basement.
Yeah, it's hard to detect what type of magic's in the basement. I believe that there is some conjuration coming from the study. That could possibly be a teleportation circle. Something I've been looking for, and I wanted to ask Gwendolyn about. But yeah, the study's over here, and you got to be extra careful. Like, take as many precautions as you can. He might have some sort of defensive mechanism that I haven't been able to identify yet, magically. So maybe not the best idea to sneak in. But hey, good luck.
You're probably right, Vizvik. We'll see what I do. And Timber will crack down to Wolf and exit Wizwick's room.
Okay.
Wait, you don't want to see me try some things on? This closet is great.
Wizwick Timber turns back, and then looks forward, and then keeps going out.
All right. Is there anything anyone else would like to do before heading up to meet Gwendolyn in the study?
I just want to see if I have a window, what it opens out onto.
Yes, very good point. So you all have windows in your rooms because they're all facing the southern wing of the house. They are because it's fairly large manor, you can see over the curtain walls and the bastion walls, especially the bastion walls because it's a little shorter and thicker. You would be able to see,
right? Or can we see into the big castle?
You cannot see into the big castle. Yeah, because if you pretty much it's like if you look to your left and up, you would see the walls of the big castle. And then if you look to the south, you would be able to see just over the fortifications of the Empyrean Holdfast itself. You'd be able to see where the Willowwick promenade descends down the hill, leading into the Frog Hollow. But you would also be able to see out over the lake, the massive lake, where you can't even see the other side of it. It's so far away. And you would have good view of the Arlandweir Quay K. I prefer to say Quay. And the lakeside bastions.
Did somebody
that
say
are,
my name?
the lakeside bastions that you would see, the large fortifications built on the small islands on the lake.
And is there the walled property of the estate? Is there like a lot of room, or is it like the estates or the manor house is most of this property?
I would say the manor house is most of the property. The manor house itself is like the back of the manor house is against the rock wall that leads up to the fortifications of the Dalkrog Bastion. The manor itself, I'd say you probably have a 50-foot gap between the manor house and the outer walls.
Cool.
Yeah, and you can see the entire southern portion of the garden arboreum grounds. And yeah.
How big is this brooding balcony? Is it little, or is it like
Each-
Aladdin style?
Each of the balconies are fairly large. You can step out onto them. They can probably fit 5 people on each of them comfortably. They've got lovely, like, kind of wooden guardrail on them, and their own kind of flowery arrangements across the guardrails. They have a perfect view of the Ulstemere Lake, where it's at sunset. This is a very beautiful rise to be looking from. But yeah, they're fairly large. And you can see over into the streets below. So, like, you could see if someone was walking up to the walls or up to the gatehouse. Couldn't see on the northern side, but on the southern and eastern side, or western side, for the most part. All right. Anything else?
Upon
Q.
entering his room, Kieran goes to the window, opens it, takes a look around for any red cloaks.
Give me a perception check.
7 billion.
You see the assassin just getting a corn dog on the side of the street. Yeah, she looks up. She's like, shit.
Well, it's only a 13 for me, so.
Oh
Wow.
God!
You
Plus 12.
16, sorry. It's a 3. 16. 16.
You don't notice any cloaks. I mean, in your own mind, you think, like, it's around noon at this point, so you're
Right.
like, they probably wouldn't be, at the very least, they wouldn't be in their assassin garb. If you saw them, they'd probably be in plain clothes, or disguised in some way. So you don't really notice anything. It's like, these are like very quiet streets. Like, you can hear the din of the city out there. You can hear hammers in the distance, construction. You can hear just sort of the thrum of the city. But the streets of this district are very quiet. There's very few people walking about. You can think of it almost as if you're in like a very private park when you're walking through these streets, where it has exclusive entrance.
Exclusive.
Yeah, and anyone you see, you'd almost be like, who are they? Because the only people here are important to politics. There's only ambassadors, aldermen, dukes. Only people of importance are in this rise.
Any elves that I spy?
With a 16, just kind of looking out from your balcony, I would say no at this point. Because you really don't see like pretty much anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Like most people are either in their estates,
Right.
or at this time of day out doing their business.
Okay. Well, after a brief look-see, Kieran will put his things down, look over the books quickly, pick up the one on Zendalio, kind of scoff a little, and then toss it back onto the desk.
Yeah, you would notice it's like it's got a very esoteric title. It's like the title's gist is it's called The Way Forward, and it is
All about your Thetan count.
yeah, exactly. No, it's called The Way Forward, and skimming it just seems like esoteric texts on the Zendario about why it should be spread, essentially. One thing you would notice, just sort of generally with that roll, is that you can see some of the Rosine Rise, but most of it's blocked from your vision because you're mostly at the southern tip of the Rosine Rise, and majority of the estates are out of your view. One thing you can see is you can see into the grounds of the king, actually, because the southern portion of Dalgrog Keep, or of Empyrean Holdfast, is just essentially the king's garden and the king's grounds. So there's sort of like this weird forest almost in the middle of a bustling city, like Central Park almost, that makes up the lower half of the Holdfast.
Good to know. Well,
Um,
Huron is going
Go ahead.
to commune with a greater being than him.
So he calls
because
Cal
he
in.
didn't. So he
Yes.
he does his ritual stuff. He flaps his arms and goes to commune with Ilyvania.
You know, I was like kind of a convert, but after that, maybe not.
To each their own. Ilyvania does not define.
I'm
how he-
converted now.
All right, so you settle down with your reagents, the things you need, with the glittering shard of moonstone, still without its reliquary. As you begin to meditate, the stone itself rises up amongst the reagents, the incense, and all of that. What are your questions?
Oh, blessed crescent heart of the listening elves, I come to you with 3 questions. Can we trust the human king Heinrich in his general kinsel?
A feeling washes over you as kind of the incense moves around you and envelops you in a tepid temperature. The light of the moonstone dims but doesn't darken. Uncertain. You cut out Major there.
Will we find the answers we are looking for in the library of Kergol?
See the incense return to the moonstone, and then it brightens as you feel a sense of assuredness. There are answers in the library.
Finally, I ask you in the service of one who is not quite followed. Is it possible to return the memories stolen from an
Again, kind of like the incense, like in between the questions, it almost slows to a halt where you can almost see the individual dust of it floating around, and then it speeds up with each question and with the answer coming, and the gem glows bright again. Yes.
Thank you, blessed heart, for your answers and your help. I hope to serve you in the utmost way I can.
As you're concluding this commune, almost exactly repetitive of last time, the moonstone shimmers and shakes, and you find your vision darkens and you're pulled into a vision. Last time you saw the Pallid King erupting from the Ashkeeper and penetrating our world. His armies behind him. At this point, you get a vision. This is less hostile. This is not the PTSD of your experience coming through. And this is Ilyvania coming through. Almost using the threads of Maya still in your mind to bring this vision to you. As you see first some of the horrors Maya showed you. You see the crescent moon crumbling and falling and destroying the city of Sirathil. And your mind is pulled back and rushed forth through the mountains, the Sinvosi peaks, and brought to Therismore. And you see the haunted lights of the city. The crawling denizens. Elysian pilgrims mingled with otherworldly creatures selling their goods on the streets. The ruined ring wall around, the spiking citadel in the center with that hole in the rooftop with the dull light beaming through. And that light is what you're fixated on in this moment, as it glitters brighter and brighter. And this vision fades and burns away as you're being thrust over the landscapes of massive, ancient structures ruined, ridden with fog, beasts growling in the forest below, massive pillars, spikes of bone erupting from earth. As you see flying in the sky, a melting dragon. Circling a central point. You're pulled back again from this vision. And the last vision you see is a sparkling oasis, surrounded by glass, reflecting the stars above. A tabaxi stands in the edge of this pool, a staff in her hands, bearing a crescent moon at the top. And you're pulled back into your room as your vision is restored to the central point of the glowing moonstone that then drops unceremoniously to the floor.
Always with the cryptid messages, aren't we? Picks up the stone and tucks it into his garb. He kept safe.
Okay.
Nah, we'll leave it for later.
Okay. All right. So, you all get Scarlet.
But before, like, this is like on the way to going to meet Gwendolyn, but I'll go like kind of just like I'll knock on Cal's door, just like kind of just like hugging myself. And do you answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I just.
Just no.
I'm out
You'll
the window.
see, yeah. You'll see Scarlet just kind of like standing there, just like shoulders tense, just kind of like looking down. Do you need me to go with you to this meeting? I'm feeling rather overwhelmed and I don't know that I should go.
No, I think we'll be fine. No, go get some sleep or just, hang out in your room. You'll be fine.
Will you tell me after what's
Of course.
important, the important bits?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you need anything?
No.
Okay.
It's a lot. And then I awkwardly turn around and go back into my room.
All right. as you all gather together to head up to the study. So your rooms are on the top floor, so you head down the hallway. Timber.
As we are walking, I
Yes.
would like to just make note of everything around the environment, how people are laid out, and where doors are, and their locks, and just
give me a quick perception check.
Yeah, sure thing. Well, it's nice. It's a nice 11.
All right, so I'll give you just generally like a basic idea.
Yeah.
Not a lot of details with some of the basics. So that main antechamber you entered, all 3 floors, or there's 2 floors essentially that are mezzanine off of that. So there's mezzanine balconies that lead into the side wings, into this great antechamber essentially in the center where you saw that main stairway that leads up to these mezzanine. You're on the 3rd floor. There are essentially 2 main doorways on either side that lead into the wings themselves, that have their own halls and their own rooms. There's 1 door to each layer of the wings. So there's only 1 door leading into the wing where your rooms are. There's only 1 door across the way that you presume leads to the study that Wiswick identified earlier. There's 2 lower levels. One that's within the foundation. It's kind of like a raised ranch style situation where you go into the main floor, but there's that lower floor is still like technically the 1st floor, even though you enter in the 2nd floor. And then below that is a basement area where you know that Wiswick saw the transmutation magic. You notice there are not a lot of guards. There's probably you can with an 11 you can easily ping at least 8 guards are in the main area. There are 2 by each door on the mezzanines that leads into the wings. And then there's 1 more that you would see that is in the central top of the stairs that leads into a chamber in the back where you're heading now, which is the essentially like the living space / common area / public study. It's where he brings his guests. It's where he might have dinner with guests. It's where it's very clearly like, this is where you should go if you're a guest. Don't go other places. All the things you need are here or in your room. Don't go look at my shit. But so you can pinpoint at least 9 guards inside the estate, 2 outside.
Got it. Thank you. And do all, besides, I'll ask this question later.
Okay. All right, so you head over to that central chamber where there's the 1 guard. They are standing by the door. The doors are open, welcoming to bring you in. You enter into this chamber, and it has, it's very large. It encompasses the entire back portion of the 3rd story of the estate. It has balconies on either side that look out to the city. There's obviously no balconies in the back because it's up against the actual stone of the cliffside. You can actually see some of it is like inside of the home. Like they've built it in a way that's almost magically merged the structure of the manor to the stone. So the back wall is this sort of like beautiful rock formation that is kept pristine and beautiful looking, with several decorations all about it. In the middle, there is a sunken floor that has a long dining table in it. And then on the left and right in the back, there's raised areas that have a study area where you can see a majority of the bookshelves and other apparatus for study. On the left side is a roaring fireplace with a sitting area to enjoy after dinner with some dessert wines and other cocktails. And then in the back near the wall itself, you can see this is where he keeps trophies. You can see several artifacts from his time in war, his time as a lord. You can see particularly one thing of note is this beautiful sword in the back that's laid out in the center. It has it looks of elven design. in its simplicity but elegance. The bladed part is a dark black obsidian color, as opposed to the typical steel color of the rest of the blade. You can notice several artifacts, akin almost to the showing area of Thatcher. You do not see the pallid mask you gave him in there. But that's generally the space you've entered. You can see standing by the hearth is Gwendolyn, who comes forward towards you and says, I do hope that the arrangements are to your satisfaction. Welcome to the estate. Is there any questions you have for the staff or the general himself?
Wiswick's not giving her eye contact, is just like wide-eyed, beaming at all of like the cool stuff around him. But he asks her a question.
Would it? This is fantastic. First of all, can I just? I have free range of these books. Like, is there some rules? Like, am I allowed to take them out of the study? Can I bring friends or guests?
Any and all things available to you in this study are for you to examine, take back to your rooms, bring about the estate. Nothing may leave the estate, but you can study them wherever you wish. You have free reign of wherever the doors are not locked, as I said before. And we do mean that. Free reign.
Sounds good.
Yeah, Wiswick just quickly starts looking through for he's just taking note of like names of titles of things that he's looking for, kind of just like getting a grip of everything that he has to offer there. I guess it would just be a general investigation check or a general investigation for anything to do with forgotten gods or magical spells.
Okay, go ahead and give me that and we'll resolve it later. What do the rest of you do?
I would like to first thank the general for his hospitality, Gwendolyn. If you could convey that to him, that would be much appreciated.
17.
17 questions. No, I do have two primary questions to start. First, if you could provide us the name of a decent tailor nearby, that would be most appreciated. As you can see, our gear has been worn down by our adventuring and our travels, and it would be it's definitely time to update the wardrobe a bit. Plus, I haven't really looked into this year's fashion at all. So.
Have you seen your closet yet, Cal?
What? No, I haven't.
Well, I mean, you got a surprise going in for you. You might want to shop yourself, though.
Okay.
Certainly, Lord Stormrain. You have a few options. I presume you'd like to stay in the general vicinity of the promenade in this part.
That does seem to be where the quality is, so preferably, yes.
Well, certain things we can arrange a meeting with the general's personal tailor in the city if you wish. It may cost a bit more than you wish to spend, but if you would like to just find a shop in the promenade, I would recommend the Praying Dress and Thread. It is run by Willem Ashford. He is a lovely tailor. He can work. He has plenty of pre-made designs that he can fit to you properly, and he may not be able to match all of your styles. As she looks over to Kieran and Wiswick and the dog. But he will do his best. He is a fine craftsman, and his prices, while appropriate for his skill, are fair.
Excellent, thank you very much. Yes, that probably is where the route will go, as we will most likely need multiple sets, etc., just for continued travels. My second question is, and you might not know this off the top of your head, but that's quite all right. If you could find us the name of a medical professional or medical house that deals specifically in magical ailments in town, that would be most preferable.
I can certainly look into it for you.
Thank
I'm
you.
not personally aware of it, but I have plenty of contacts that I can reach out to see if we have someone who might be able to help you. There may be some individuals at the Kyrus University with that sort of background. I will work on it immediately. It may
you
take
very
some
much.
time. Give me at least a day.
Speaking of the university, I do believe we have some interest there. Cal says, looking towards Kiran and Wiswick.
Yes. Well, I'm not sure how much General has informed you of our mission here, but we're looking to do some research on the Celestial conflict and what's come out of it.
I missed
Please
just that
don't-
last
don't-
part.
Give me a second. Someone else say something.
No problem.
Don't bother with the details, Kiran. I'm sure she's uninterested. We could ask the librarians for more information.
Well, I do believe that if you remain here for a little bit, the General may have a message for you soon, particularly involving access to the libraries, which I know that he informed me you had requested from him previously. So I will have an update with you for that soon. If you go on your own before I speak to you, you may not have as much access, but if you wait just a little bit, I believe you will be satisfied.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions, gentlemen?
Yes, just a quick one. You said you already sent out a request to the library. I had a specific librarian in mind. I don't know if you've heard of one known as Carla. Is she available to help us when we visit?
Carla, I do know of an individual named Magister Calra, if that's what you mean.
Yep, that's the one.
Certainly, she is the Magister of Illusory Magic over at the Kyrus University, more particularly within the Angiran Academy, which is a bit more exclusive.
If you could just give me some information about where I might be able to find her and get in touch with her, I'd appreciate that a lot.
Well, certainly, I do know that the General can easily get you within the university and the Kyrus libraries. As far as the Jiran Academy, that may be a bit more difficult. They are more exclusive. It is the proper mages college within the campus, and they are a bit more picky and, if I should be brazen, independent of the court.
I could admire a organization that has their own sets of requirements. I'm sure that if it has anything to do with magical aptitude, I will be more than advanced enough for their interests.
Perhaps we could attempt to use my name as well as an introduction, at least, Wiswick, and get you in the meeting itself.
Yes, the General himself is a Lumineer of the Academy, so there is some weight
That's
there,
right.
but they are lovely, lovely bards.
Hey.
Oh.
So, he has some sway, but they are particular about who they let within their halls. So we will see to that, certainly. But once again, like I said, the General will have a message for you soon if you would like to wait here for a moment.
Of
Wonderful. I'll get to work on these books while I'm waiting.
I imagine you will spend most of your time in these studies, either leisurely relaxing in the hearth area, or studying over here, or dining. Like I said, you have access to the kitchens, which are on the first floor, fully stocked, whatever you need. If you can't cook for yourself, then there is a cook who will be available to you. If you need any other amenities, please come to me, no one else, and I will be able to make sure that we get those accommodations.
Speaking of, if you could have the cook just send up a light lunch for us, that'd be excellent. Thank you.
Certainly, I'll have him create a light lunch and bring it up here. It is roughly.
It's like 10 o'clock, Cal.
No, I thought he said
No,
it was like
it's-
noon.
Yeah, it's 12:30 right now.
All right.
You should have a food brought to you by 1 p.m. and then you can do as you wish.
Thank you, Gwendolyn.
Absolutely. I'll be downstairs in the antechamber if you need anything.
Wiswick,
Bows to you all and starts to step out. Lord Stormrain. She does not greet anyone else.
Yeah, I nod in the appropriate acknowledgement and dismissal nod, you know?
Mm-hmm. You are all the entourage of Lord Stormrain in this situation.
Wiswick pays it no mind. He summons Jet and is looking through his eyes to get to the high parts of the library, and he's using telepathy to have books float around Jet, like orbiting him as he picks out the ones that he wants and lays them all on the table.
Yeah, I would say you get a bit distracted by the amount of books here, and with your 17, you start to pull some books that are just almost like when you're surfing through Wikipedia and just open a lot of browsers. You grab a book on magical geology that's not relevant to Forgotten Gods, but there are some general books on the Morrisir conflict. As you're looking through, you do get the idea that these books are kept fairly shallow, as they are public facing to the general. They are certainly enriching, but for people who are doing deep analysis of these sorts of things, a lot of them are on topics you've already either already studied, or the information would be available similarly in the library. It seems as though he's provided this space more so for you to have somewhere to bring your stuff from the libraries. His books, these are meant to show off when diplomats come, to be like, here is my text on the history. They're coffee table books, yeah. To be like, here's my book on the the histories of your people. I have this and I've read it all and I know everything about your culture. Or here's a book on I own this single copy that no one else owns, or things like that. But
to the bookshelf to check for the Elysian one and just see what these humans have to say about his people.
There is a book on the Elysian Veil. It is called The Mysteries of the Elysian Veil. It is quite thick, and it has, just sort of quickly brushing through it, it has a human perspective on the history of Elysia. It talks about the enigmatic nature. It talks about the difficulty in getting beyond the Mordnari Hollow, that not a lot of humans have actually entered the Adrenari Valley, because the only way into Elysia is through the rivers that leak out of the lake that's in the Mordnari Hollow. So most people have only been to the trading port on that lake, and maybe Therismore if they're brave. Very few have seen the valley itself, unless they're very brave and climbed over the mountain or came from the harsh rocky shores in the north. So it's all clouded in mystery, and it's all this very we've not yet gone here, but from talking to half-elves have come around, or brave Elysians who've traversed the Quintaki, we've discovered a few things of note. So it's a lot of guessing that you can sense in it. Very inaccurate.
Just like these humans, to postulate, pontificate, come to no conclusions. Puts it away.
You even see some illustrations of Elysians that are very alien. Your features are exaggerated. You're much taller and skinnier. Your eyes larger, almost tall gray men style. What they imagine the Elysians, and they have illustrations of Queen Ayla that look like this much larger, angelic being. When you've seen her, and she is
seeing this picture. He leans over to whoever's around him, I don't know, Wiswick, and goes, she doesn't really look like this. This is a inaccurate depiction. She's much more plain looking, kind of dirty actually, like the ilk she's of.
They don't even know about my heroes. At least you get a picture in the book somewhere.
What are the rest of you doing, Timber and Cal?
I would have sat, I suppose.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Timber would be kind of like, just kind of walking around,
Mhm.
just getting another, just taking in
Now-
all he can about the environment and the layout of the estate. He would
I would've
he
looked at that
would
sword.
peruse and wander away.
Cal?
I would have looked at that sword. I wouldn't have touched it. I wouldn't have picked it up, but I would look at it, see if I could see like a maker's mark. If I know, because one would imagine Cal knows at least like the big names in sword forgery.
Give me an investigation check. Or a history check.
I'm gonna go with history. I believe I'm better at it. Bring it up here. 16.
16? Nice. This is a Gwyn War Mage's longsword. Immediately upon seeing it, Cal, and understanding what it is, it's not supposed to be here. This is a war trophy.
Yeah.
This is something he took off of a corpse of a war mage during the climactic battle of the Cold War. You could tell because it doesn't have a maker's mark like a blacksmith, but it has the mage who owned its seal on the base of the blade, because war mages craft their own weapons in the Gwyn Empire. They are essentially, forbidden's a strong word, forbidden to just sort of like commission a sword. They have to use their magic to forge the sword. It can't even be forged, really. It has to be formed with magic in order for it to be a proper war mage's sword. It's a very powerful artifact that you've never seen one before. You've heard about them, you've read about them because you're read up on the histories of the Cold War, and these were primarily the swords of the generals of that war for the Gwyn Empire. But also there were lesser versions of them amongst the war mages throughout. But this is very clearly, he killed a war mage and took their sword.
Cal is suitably impressed and then sits down.
Excellent.
With maybe some like eyebrow raises, like.
Yeah, I'll say.
Have you ever seen somebody at an art gallery?
Say that again.
Have you ever seen somebody at an art gallery?
Yes.
Yeah, he's doing that. He's like,
Yeah, kind of doing the thing, kind of like as he's going like this, looking over his shoulder if anyone's looking at him. While you're looking at that, and you start to step away, and as Wiswick is furiously looking through books, and Curon is scoffing at the Elysian histories here, and Timber is sort of slowly making his way out into the mezzanine to look throughout, you hear the voice of General Kinsley. Directly to you, Cal. A powerful artifact. Not easily won. As you would see behind you towards the table in the middle, this light form that becomes this astral projection of General Kinsley himself as he steps forward looking to you, Cal, up in the area you're at. He is completely in his armor, like the first time you saw him. And he kind of looks around and says, and waits for your response.
I pivot on my heel and give him a bow, an appropriate, like, an appropriate bow. And I say, well, consider me highly impressed, General. I knew you were powerful, but I know what this is, and it's, well, frankly, it's incredibly impressive. And I do also wish to thank you for your hospitality and inviting us into your home here.
No need to thank me, Caliph. You are all welcome, associates of mine. We have a history together, of course. It's been long since I've seen you, and I've heard only droplets of information through Valen. I've been busy of late. Yes, that sword is quite a trophy. It was a long bout before I was able to take it as my prize. And he kind of his eyes drift away for a bit. But I do hope that you appreciate the warm welcome to our fair capital, and you humbly take advantage of all that I have to offer.
Yes, thank you very much. It will be A, of much assistance, and B, of much help. It's the same thing. It's not what I meant to say.
Has
And much
Gwendolyn
appreciated.
been accommodating you well enough?
Oh, she's been wonderful, Lord. Thank you very much.
I have instructed her to provide you with a map of the city and any other answers that you need. She's told me you seek entrance into the university and further into the Nigerian Academy.
That is, I believe, our current tract in terms of investigation. Huron and Woodbridge, I think, can speak a little more in detail to that as to what we're actually directly looking for. Further investigation, Alec King and all of those happenings that we had found.
He himself kind of step heels and looks over at Kieran and Wiswick. Says, you were doing further research into this relic that we had found back in Tressex.
Yes, General. It seems that much has transpired since we last saw you, as you said yourself. How's your time down in Tasaka going?
Ah, yes. You have had much communication with Velen. It is, and he looks over to Cal. A fine country. Beautiful. Things are well.
Can he see me?
Yes.
Okay, just checking, because if it's divination, he can't see me.
It's not divination.
Anyway, I think that Wiswick would probably dispel non-detection at that point, just for the rest of the day, considering that he doesn't see a reason to. And yeah.
Okay, General. Nice seeing you again. Awkward. Awkward that you got me at such a moment. I've got a lot of books in front of me. I have a lot planned for the day.
Nonsense, Wiswick. I have given you all access to these quarters, so use them as you wish. Study what you will. I will inform Gwendolyn to provide you with that map, as well as any other permissions that you need.
Sounds
General.
great. I really appreciate it. I've got a lot of places I want to go check out. This city's great. I'm having a lot of fun here.
Yes, the jewel of the Quintarchy. He looks to Kieran.
If I may, and then he looks to his three other companions around with all right, I'm gonna do this. Your interactions with the Syndicate. I was wondering, well, we come into some trouble with them. Their current leader, a man named Thatcher, currently wants us. Well, I don't know if he actually wants us dead or not, but he has taken an interest in our party. And I was simply curious if you had any information on them. Looking to Cal to be like, how much information should I be giving this guy? Because I'm just going to spill it all.
Cal gives a hopefully imperceptible shake of the head.
We've encountered just some of his work around Theris Moor and want to make sure that he's on your, how do you say, radar? Have you invented that yet? Or is that the Gwyn?
That he's come to your attention.
Yes, the court.
We don't have. We have soda. Besides your soda.
Yes, the King's Court. The Wittenmoot is aware of the Syndicate's work in eastern Svalwald. We have sent envoys to the Queen. We had tried mild interventions, but if your experiences have shown escalation, perhaps we should show more interest in the Svel's plight there. But yes, I've not specifically heard of this individual Thatcher, but the work of the Syndicate in those parts is on my radar, you said?
Yes, it's I don't know where
It is
came
on
from.
my attention. At least I should say it is on the court's attention. My business is in the south currently,
Of
and
course.
back home in Gristrom.
What's happening back in Gristrom?
Typical politics. Speaking of home, where's your friend, Lady Scarlet?
She was feeling a bit under the weather, and is in her room at the moment.
Fair enough.
If you wish,
I had wished to speak with her at some point.
if you wish, I can relay either that or anything else you wish to. But she, after the last few weeks we've had, is feeling a bit run down.
All I will say is at some point let Gwendolyn know when she would like to speak with me.
Understood. Thank you. No, thank you. Will do.
Lovely. Are there any other requests you have of me on my estate?
None. You've done more than enough.
Care to explain the magics that are affecting the estate? What type of wards? Or I just start getting into complicated nonsense.
he would smile.
Under his boards.
Yeah, he would smile, and yeah, like Cal, you would like that would be like a faux pas in like Quintarchy upper echelons. It's like, don't ask what magic they're putting on their estate.
First lip glare at him.
I'm guessing the transmutations for the wine cellar in the basement? I don't know.
An astute observation, Wiswick. We do use a certain sense of transmutation magic to advance the aging of our wines in our cellars. But I trust you understand that there are standard protections that happen on homes of those with that power. As long as you obey what Gwendolyn tells you, you should be of no concern to you. But if I might ask, before I go to my business here, could I speak with Caliph privately?
Who are we to intrude? Come, Wiswick Timber. Let's be on our
I just assumed Timber wasn't there the whole time.
No, Timber, you're in the hallway.
Yeah, you
Okay.
put it
Come,
on.
Wiswick. Let's go.
Wiswick's like, oh,
You can bring a
okay.
book with you. Here, I'll
I take a book with me.
So as they leave, Cal, the door closes behind. There's just the flicker of the fire as the general looks up to you, this astral form that's sort of made up of blue light. It has been a long time since we've spoken. And last we spoke, I believe it ended amicably, but there was some harsh words.
Yes, I did actually want to apologize that. I believe I was coming off of a newer experience for me, and one I was not at the moment prepared to handle. So I apologize for the way I acted last time. I say, and I'm standing kind of at I've walked a little bit farther from him, so we're not like addressing the whole room anymore, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm standing at not attention, but like a straight back, you know,
Yeah.
as still as possible.
Yeah, and you see he's standing tall as well. He has his hand on the pommel of the blade at his waist. He's got the full plate armor and the tabard with his colors as he looks up to you and just says, "Well, I do hope your journeys have been fruitful since. I know you were heading north into Svalwald in Taramron. But now you are here. And you have entered into a den of scorpions, of course. I'm sure a man of your status, Lord Stormrain, and he says that with that familiar, kind of almost mocking sense like he called you in Imagine Set. You're aware to be careful. But the reason I ask to speak with you privately is I have a few questions of Endurus. It's been a while since you've been there.
It has. It's been almost 2 years at this point since I've been home. Year and a half since I've been home, and so I'll attempt to answer them as to my best of my knowledge, but certainly not current information.
Viceroy Valen, your father, your older brother, Lord Valen. Sort of men are they?
My father is a man of. I don't think I've ever met somebody who's so purely one thing. He is ambition. His need for power it overwhelms everything else that makes him that human.
Well, that makes sense for a man who upstarted his way to Viceroy so fast. In service to the Duke.
My older brother is easier to understand, perhaps. Simpler, I suppose, though not necessarily in a positive way. He's a man who enjoys the status he has over others a bit too much, and he allows it to come out in public more often than it should, and unfortunately, it often comes out as either cruelty or mockery.
Interesting. I don't know your experience with the capital of Honduras. Have you met with the Duke before?
Only once as a young man, less than 10, honestly. I don't remember it very well. And the second time when the finalists were presented to the Grand Duke at the contest 2 years ago.
That's right. You did nearly win the contest and find yourself a prize on his protective unit.
Cal half smirks and then hides it.
I had hoped you might have known more of Duke Lithonius, but I suppose you have been gone for a bit and you were young.
My years in the interim had been spent training. I met him, as I said, I must have been 8 or 9. And I went into my official training regimen immediately after that, more or less.
And the Viceroy of Chisaka, Paradice, do you know much of him?
Frankly, Lord, no. Not more than he and my father corresponded relatively frequently, but not. I don't think we had any, specific alliance or agreements with him.
Yes, Stormrain, good mining country, right?
Yes, Lord.
The southern tip of the Quintaki, the outer march.
About as far as one can get from this from Oxford as possible.
I imagine you spent many a night potentially looking out over the glass fields of Herathris.
I had occasion to. So after a time for a child, everything gets normal. Nice.
Being on the border, did your father, the Viceroy, ever have dealings with the beast folk of Herathris?
Not more than the occasional pass or through, to my knowledge.
Your family. Did you ever visit the bright shores, Byzantium?
No, Lord, we did not.
Fair. In the Viceroy's opinion, the Gwyn Empire?
I don't think he has much of one. They neither help nor harm his ambition.
Sounds like a man who would love the title of Duke of Mark.
I'm sure he would.
And what of your ambitions, Lord Stormrain?
At the moment, General, I don't have much. I'm here to help my friends with their current either conundrums, be it magical or otherwise, and other than that, I'm simply a man making his way in the world.
He smiles at this. A free man. I like that about you, Caliph. Your ambitions are on the road, in the mind, as opposed to your father, your brother. This is useful.
Might I ask why these questions about my family?
Give me a quick persuasion roll. Just a general persuasion roll to see what his trust level is for you here.
24.
That's good. He hesitates for a moment, and then you see he kind of shifts his gait to be a little bit more relaxed, and he looks up at you. Well, I've only known you for a short time, Caliph, but you've proven yourself a brave warrior, capable leader, though a bit distant from that role sometimes. To be honest, I am...
Your expression doesn't change, but there's a little bit of hurt in his eyes when he said it. There.
You performed well in the Battle of Driftmarch. But I am down here for a reason. I go places for Heinrich to solve problems. And there have been a few issues in Tasaka. As you know, Tresix is largely tillage. It feeds the Quintaki. And there are some disputes around the rivers in northern Endurus and southern Tresix. And I simply just wanted an informed mind to tell me a little bit about the Houses of Power. As I have been to Tresix, yes, but it's been a long time. 18 years to be exact. And you would catch that he was last in Tresix when he was killing war mages.
Yeah.
Or last in Endurus. Oh, thank you. Any other information you can pass me would be appreciated in dealing with the Southern Lords. I do so hope, in knowing more, that I can resolve these issues easily enough. I have meetings scheduled with the Viceroys, the Duke Lithonius, and I did want to ask you what you wished me to tell or say or conceal when I meet with your father. I know you were hesitant to home when we spoke last about it.
I have no
And as
message from my father, and I would not ask you to lie on my behalf.
Then I will be honest when I tell him you are under my ward in the city. And he's like, the eye contact here, like he has a very stern face there.
Cal's face does not change, but inside he's like, motherfucker, I just got outmaneuvered. God damn it.
As I said earlier, you have free reign of where you can go. Gwendolyn will do as she must to get you what you need. And if you need to speak with me, just let her know. and any other things that come to mind of Honduras, do not hesitate to tell me. It'll be helpful in the prosperity of us all. While you're here, if you're here long enough, I may have tasks that you can take if you wish. No pressure, of course. You are here as guests, not as servants. But if you wish to make more coin or pry more access from this city, I do have some business that was better for a statesman and his entourage than my servants. Just let me know if you're interested and can get a moment away from the libraries.
Understood, Lord. I will let you know if our current occupations allow for some free time.
I do hope you enjoy your stay in Cadolan, Lord Stormrain, and I intend to speak with you in the future before you take leave of our jewel of a capital.
And I hope you enjoy your time in Honduras.
I shall.
With a little bit of a smirk in his mouth.
And his form fades away. And that is where we're going to take our break tonight. All right, folks, so we will be back in 5 minutes as our adventurers make their way to the different parts of the city they wish to explore. Stick around. We'll be back at 9:25 Eastern Standard Time. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, from the break to Advantage in Paradise. Our brave Wayward Five are about to go out into the city to explore what they want to explore today. Cal has just had a interesting conversation with the general, where there may have been some veiled threats on both sides. But you were all back together. Before I jump into things, Timber, if you wanted to give me more of an investigation of that antechamber when you were out there during their conversations, please do so now. Also, Scarlet, what have you been up to?
Is this?
Just fighting off a panic attack.
Okay. Timber.
Is this perception or investigation?
I would say if you're moving around and actually trying to like look in spaces and get more of a close-up look, I can give you investigation. If you're doing a broad scan, then in perception.
Okay, it's more precision. So I rolled a natural 19 with a +0. So.
Okay, what are you particularly looking for?
So Timber is particularly looking for access, like the way. So most buildings have, like, they use kind of same uniform doors and the way it is designed. Like, is everything wood? Is everything what kind of locks that they have on doors? And as well as like where, and then it would get into where things look like they would be like the basement.
The last part there is cutting out.
Sorry, basement entrance. Timber just wants a general layout, as well as specifics to the way the place was built, as if he's looking for any way he can get through things that are not meant to be gotten through.
So the way I'll put it is that this main antechamber is you step in through the vestibule, and there's this main antechamber with the steps that lead up. There is a first layer mezzanine and a second layer mezzanine. Each of the mezzanine layers has a single door.
That leads to
they are all of the same design, and they all have the lock, like normal locks within the door handle themselves, as opposed to say padlocks or anything like that. They are finely made wood. They're all designed intricately. There's symmetry between it all. You know that these doors lead into the north and south wing, and then you know that there is the third floor back wing, the eastern wing, which is where that study you just were in is. It's hard to really see beyond that. You could try going through some of the doors if you wanted to. You would notice that the northern wing door on the third floor is locked. There'd be two guards there too, who'd just sort of be like looking at you like, I know they had a dog, but he's very specific in the way he's moving around.
So,
but like if you scratched at that door, like it's locked. That door is locked.
Okay. With the 19, instead of going any further with kind of perception, can I instead look at the guards and how they are either dressed, what are they wearing in terms of like armor, and how tough looking do they look?
Mm-hmm. So they are all in half plate armor. They have they kind of have like, they have halberds, but the halberds feel almost like for show, just like General Kinsey likes them to hold halberds when they're standing by the doors. But they all have short swords on them, and they all have shields on their backs. They don't look like super tough. They're definitely not brutes or anything like that. They look like, if anything, they don't look that tough. Like they are maybe not nobles' sons, but wealthy families' third sons, who are like, yeah, you're gonna go and work at General Kinsley's estate, and like you're not on the front lines type soldier. You're sent to the capital to be there. Though 2 guards at the front gate, the actual exterior guards, though, you would notice there's a stark difference between these interior guards and them. They looked tough. They looked like soldiers. These look like just upstarts, essentially, who are here. They work for General Kinsley. They're not particularly wealthy, the families they come from, but they're wealthy enough to leverage their children into this type of employment.
Got it. I go back to the room.
Okay. All right. So you are all leaving that study area at this point. You meet back up with Timber. Cal has just come out of the room. What would you all like to do?
No word from Gwendolyn about the library yet.
Not yet, but you can check in with her before you leave the estate.
Well, guys, I don't know about you, but I've gotten quite bored of this study. I'm looking forward to checking out the library, but I mean, I gotta wait for the proper precautions or the proper procedures. Anybody want to go out shopping or just walk around the town? I mean, I'd like to take a little sightseeing break.
Yes, I would like to go with you. Yes.
I do want to. Gwendolyn gave us the name of a tailor in town. She said was a fair price for good quality work. So I'd like to visit that. As
If I remember correctly, they said they don't have things my size there. Can we maybe contact the general's tailor?
it's a tailor. He'll have things.
Style, not size.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood. All right. I mean, we can take a look.
I'm
Excellent.
always interested to see new things. I would be glad to join you all.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I could use new clothes.
You look at Timber. He's just got these rags on him. All right. So in that case, you'll make your way back down into the Willowwick Promenade. You can check in with Gwendolyn, and she could easily enough point you. She gives you that map of the city. She points to where to go. It's very easy to get there. Yeah. What would you like to purchase at Willem Ashford's The Praying Dress and Thread?
Timber would like to purchase the lowest tier, common clothes.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, what's the plainest thing that they have there?
Nice tattered like brown shirt with maybe some gray.
It's
shorts.
new. Why would it be tattered? This isn't like a thrift shop.
Yeah, do you want this to be... you want me to... Yeah, the guy's like, you want me to make your clothing distressed? Holes in the knees? Is this the new style?
Oh yes, I recall when about 20 years ago when they attempted to bring this into fashion, it never caught into vogue.
So
I
boot
thought he
cut.
was gonna get a white T-shirt for like 400 gold.
You know, when you do go there, it is a very nice shop. Like, you'd almost feel... Those of you who are looking for common clothes would be like, these are not common enough. They're not... There are options that are cheapest. They're not common, but they're cheapest. You can get kind of like standard clothes that are... You can like not even fitted, so they'd be a little bit... You know, you could pay extra to have them fitted, but they might be a little like janky as you're wearing them. But you can get, essentially, you can get like, not noble clothes, but I'll call them artisan clothes. They're more expensive than common clothes. They'll be nicer. You can pay an extra bit to have them perfectly fitted to you, but they'll be not the 5 silver of common clothes, but the 5 gold of artisan clothes.
Wiswick wants to get a nice, academically minded suit with a little bow tie, like a little like burgundy bow tie to go with his hat, which he won't wear, but he'll like keep on him.
This better have elbow patches.
No, I mean I'm
Like
thinking
every
more...
professor I've ever known that wore like a suit jacket.
Okay. Look up at the Indiana Jones scene where he's a professor. That's what I want.
Okay.
That's what I want. he's gonna get the big glasses that make him look smart, and yeah, that's his getup. He gets it all tailored nice. Some cool cummerbunds or whatever they call the things that go on the wrists, like big gems.
Cufflinks.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Cummerbund's the thing that goes around here.
you can get a very nice academic suit for the most part. That'll cost you 10 gold pieces with the fitting.
Done.
For those of you getting the artisan clothes, the basic artisan clothes would cost you an extra gold piece to have them fitted.
How about a haircut?
A haircut. Cal, I don't know. Do you have any suggestions? It's
Yes, Willem, right?
Yes, sir.
not to dress. I do not.
Yes, sir. My name is Willem Ashford. I am the proprietor of this estate.
Excellent. I am Calith Stormrain. Lovely to meet you.
He's about 92. He has a ring of hair, and he has wisps that are combed over the top of the balding spot. He has a very, very aggressive arch to his back in the way that he leans forward. He has very small circular glasses on, but he is dressed to the nines, beautifully tailored clothes, a lovely long suit jacket with these fine threaded breeches, vest, a scarf in there. As he looks up, he's, yes, sir, I can help you.
Yes, we're looking for something durable for my friend here. We are travelers by nature, and so we'll be moving a lot. I don't know what's quite in fashion, as I have been out in the hinterlands for a while, but whatever's new but still workable, I suppose. Yeah, if you have any suggestions for her.
You see, like, adjusts his glasses and looks at her clothes. And like, oh, yes. What she's wearing now looks like bumpkin rags.
I do apologize for our current state. We have been... it's been some months, honestly, since we've been to civilization.
I see indeed. I could see there are some craftsmanship to what she's got. It looks like maybe 20 years ago it would have looked nice. Maybe in the youths it might be in style, as they say, retro.
Is retro back in?
In some circles, yes. Old-fashioned tunics and all those other glamorous things. But, I can work on something durable that can last a long journey on the road, but still look excellent upon arrival in whatever town you go to. It will require regular cleaning, though, as I can see this was not happening with these threads.
No.
Our travels were not always leisurely.
Yes, understandable.
I actually would like the same for myself as well. I think 2 coats and probably 4 shirts would be excellent.
Certainly, sir. Oh, it is only, I understand, midsummer now. But would you like anything in preparations for the long night winter in the coming months?
I would say an overcoat for myself, and either if overcoats are in for women, then one for her. If not, a cloak, I think would do fine.
Well, overcoats are very fashionable these days, sir.
Excellent.
But if you wish, we'll have that prepared for both of you, with thick leathers, and if you have the coin for it, Scythian elk fur on the inside to keep you warm through the dark.
Lovely. If that coat has a, I forget what that's not a hood on a coat. It's the thing that comes up.
Collar.
Yes. If you could, I would definitely pay a little extra to line the collars with ermine on those overcoats.
Well, certainly, if you have the coin, I can do any customizations you wish. And
Thank
how
you very
about
much.
you, my lady? Any customizations?
Um, whatever he gets, just the same, I guess.
Certainly.
Could Wiswick, just seeing how much Cal bought, buy some more of the same style of what he already bought? Like, he just feels like he underbought now, so he wants to get like 2 more like professional garbs or whatever.
Certainly. All right, and will you all be fitted into these outfits?
Yes, of course.
No, it's
Kieran,
okay.
is Timber a wolf? I can't remember.
No, he's a human at this point. He doesn't want to
Okay.
freak anybody out.
Huron never entered the clothing store. He's
Okay.
fine with his own.
Yeah. He will look past you all once you point to Timber, like, my Everflame. Those
As
rags.
I said, the opposite of leisurely.
Well, you certainly are rough riders. I will ensure to make your wares appropriate. Beverly!
Oh, Jesus.
Get the leathers ready. I will have your threads ready this afternoon. Either stop by before closing at 4:30 or return tomorrow for your goods.
One final thing. If I could have a travel cape, I guess a cloak would be fine, though sleeveless if possible. Made for a 6'8", rather slender figure.
Yes, sir. A giant's cloak. Certainly. can have those
He's
arranged.
quite slender. Thank you.
Slender and tall. Certainly, we can make those arrangements. It will not be perfect if we do not have them here to measure, but it will do. Winterized, ready for the long dark.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Could Wiswick assist by making a minor illusion of Huron with his known height senses? I know it's only 5 feet, but I just like make it go a little higher and like cut off the feet.
You could try if you want to do that.
I'll give it a shot.
All right.
I
You
mean,
make
I'll say-
you make the illusion of Kieran. He's like, and he looks at you and goes, that will give me an idea, but I don't have the flesh to measure. It won't
Huron
be
is
perfect.
just right outside the shop. He just didn't walk in. He's like, I'm gonna stay out here and just watch
Yeah,
people
trying
watch.
to-
Yeah. He would look to you and say, is it that gentleman out there?
Yes, it is. Though I was hoping it would be a bit of a surprise gift.
Oh, I see. Well, let me take a look at him. Yes. All right. I think it will still not be perfect without exact measurements, but I will make it as best I can.
Thank you.
It will all be ready for you tomorrow, or later today if you choose to come before closing. If not, come tomorrow and your threads will be ready.
Thank you. What was his last name, Sean?
Ashford.
Thank you, Master Ashford.
Absolutely. A pleasure doing business with you all. Good day.
We'll
All right. So you'll have some nice, fresh, new travel-ready clothes, as well as some winterized things for the long dark, ready for you either later today or tomorrow. What would you all like to do next?
Is there
Outside.
a forge nearby?
Tatter
Sorry,
my
Kira.
clothes. Sorry. No.
Huron?
Outside, are we nearby any churches, temples, shrines, etc.?
You don't see anything in your vicinity. You could
Okay.
ask folks who are passing by if you want.
No, it was literally, hey Sean, is it here? Can I just look at it to get a little exposition?
No.
That's-
You would know from your walk through the city that the churches are mainly in the Umbra Enclave, on the
Okay.
other side of the city.
Well, then Kieran will note to himself, interesting, they worship these gods, but they don't have reminders of them.
Hmm.
The street corner.
Yeah, this is a fairly secular district.
Only
All
need The
right.
gods, or only think of the gods when they need them.
All right, so you all exit from the praying dress and threads. You go outside. Scarlet, there aren't forges in this area. They don't usually have open air forges in the middle of the finer district.
Okay.
But you do recall down in Frog Hollow there were forges as you moved through there. Though, given what you saw from the Rosian Rise, there may be more industrious forges in the Diligence Quarter. But the forges you're used to would be in Frog Hollow, kind of the personal forges, the smaller shops.
Okay. How about a calligraphy shop?
That would definitely be in this area. You would have to look around a bit, but you would find a parchment, chandry, and calligraphy shop that you could easily enough purchase any goods you want.
I want a fancy quill.
A fancy quill. Okay.
Fancy quill.
They do have fine quills there. And you see, like, they're, like, more so, like, ink pens, and they've just, like, attached decorative feather to it.
Feather to it, yeah.
To make it as fancy as possible. You can get a very nice one that you can find one that has, like, it's the metal of the exterior metal of the pen is sort of polished and ground down quartz to give this gem-like exterior to it. It has the fountain pen head, and then there is a sort of attached at a kind of like an opened cusp at the end is a long eagle's feather that extends out about 8 inches out. So it is very beautiful. It's also a little ostentatious, but it is very nice, and it writes beautifully.
Do they have like those things that when you go to like Michael's or something and you can like test out the pen?
They have some test parchment there.
Sweet. Is there any that like look like a phoenix feather?
That you would not find here in the sense of something that is an actual phoenix feather. That is that would be an extraordinarily rare thing that would cost a lot of money.
Sure.
You do find beautiful feathers that are of all sorts of colors. You can find one that is a bright sort of orange and red, some sort of more tropical bird from the southern reaches, or northern Honduras, or even into the Gwyn Empire. You can certainly find those that have beautiful coloring to them.
Okay. I'll look for one that looks most like a flame. Just like some reds and orange and yellows, and I'll pick that up as well as some more paper.
Okay. The pen itself will cost you 5 gold pieces, and then the paper, this is very nice vellum here, will cost you for however much. How much do you want? Do you just want
to? Enough.
I'll say if you want, you can purchase 2 gold's worth, which will be a stack of
That's
vellum.
good. Thank you.
Okay.
Wiswick's just gonna go into the same store and just buy paper and ink in bulk for his magic stuff.
I figured you would, so go ahead and purchase as much as you want for your spells. Subtract that gold appropriately. They have plenty there.
Yeah, I've already subtracted the amount that I need for the spells that I plan on already filling in. But for future use, I'll probably spend an extra 100 gold in paper and ink, and I'll put that in the bag of holding.
Perfect. All right. Cal.
Yeah, I would like to look for... So I know I sent a letter last night.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a privatized postal service, or is this a public postal service?
This would be so there's both. There is a public postal service, and then there is private couriers that a lot of the upper echelon use more so than the private or the public.
Yes.
Postal.
So I would be looking for one of them, a private courier.
Easily enough. You could definitely find that. Wouldn't take too long to find a sort of couriers guild that would have be able to accommodate.
Okay, I would like to send the following letter if possible.
Excellent.
Father, it's been some time. I wanted to warn you of an interaction I had with a General Duke Aldrich Kinsley. Having done some work for him some time ago, he offered my companions and I accommodations in his manor in Cardolan. While I knew he most likely wanted to use us for something while we were here, while we were here, he let slip that he was in negotiations with Uthran lords over some border dispute near Saka. Your name came up, and he mentioned that he was going to approach you with the information that he had me in his manor house. I wish to assure you that this is not the case. I am, in fact, operating independently. Do not allow this information to sway your decision in any way. Caliph.
Easy enough. You can spend the extra gold with the private courier system. It will arrive quicker than the public system. It will cost you 10 gold pieces to have this delivered to Stormrain as the furthest distance. And you're actually quite surprised at how fast they assured you would likely get there. They said they would be there in 2 weeks, which is very quick.
I raised my eyebrows and looked surprised.
And they smile politely. And take your gold. Okay. Anything else? All right. So at this point, I'd say it's around 2 p.m. in the afternoon. What would y'all like to do?
Are we near the whatever district of the churches?
You are not like immediately there. It would take you probably about maybe 20 minutes to get there. But you could get to the Umbra Enclave where the churches and the university are.
So we're in the promenade, correct?
Correct. You're in the promenade. You would have to kind of go around to get over to... I guess you could go through the southern gates of the Empyrean Hold, through the Elytrum Landing, and into the Umbra Enclave. If that's where you all want to go, or where you want to go.
Well, yeah, Kieran's not going to direct this. He's just kind of going to be like walking, just looking and observing.
Okay.
Kieran, if you had any interest in going to a big temple or something, I've been looking for, I just learned Teleportation Circle as a spell, and it'd be really good if we could find some sort of space where they have a more permanent circle located, just in case we ever have to come back here for any old reason.
Of course, I'm sure there's many private teleportation circles. I'm sure the king has his own, but... I mean, I'm always interested in seeing how others worship their gods. Caliph, do you remember? Do we have the map? Where's the temple?
I show him the map, and I go, I think here, pointing to...
So I think this would be a good point for you all to decide, maybe split up and decide where each of you are going to go for your day, and likely much of what you'll do over the next week, maybe even.
Okay.
I mean, this is kind of a small chore for Wiswick. This isn't his priority at all.
Well, if we go to the temple district, that's where the library is, correct?
Yes.
So we can...
that works great.
Yeah, we'll take a quick look-see and go to the libraries. I mean, the rest of you, if you'd like to accompany of us, you most certainly can, but there's always work to do. Remember, we still need to get some information concerning the syndicate around that Cillian Fox and Edmund Hollingsworth.
Oh, do we
I
want
was
to
also
do...
interested in that academy. I mean, it just honestly, the exclusivity is what's intriguing me the most. I feel like that's where we're gonna find any pertinent information if there is any.
Well, it sounds like that might take you some time to get an introduction to, so I'd wait for Gwendolyn to get you some information on that, right?
Yep,
Correct.
plan.
So I think, yeah, we can look into that and find out. I don't think that needs to be done today necessarily, but it'll be good to get some feelers out at the moment.
Of course, I had thought to bring it up, but with the general or Gwendolyn, but I thought best to, how they say, keep your hands close to your chest.
Cards.
What cards?
Keep your cards. Keep your cards close to your chest.
So
Oh.
I guess the best way to do this then is that we'll enter into a pseudo downtime sort of way to do this, where we'll think of this as we'll go day by day. Sort of this is the first week at Caradolan, so that we don't just sort of have to RP through every single detail of the city. And it's like, look at this lovely chocolate shop. But if you have specific goals in mind here or small RP moments, this is the time to do them.
Are we doing like a skill challenge thing, maybe?
It depends on what you do.
Okay.
But let's go through what you would like to do within, let's say, the first. Now, I'm not going to say this is exactly like a week. We'll go through it
Sure.
kind of like if something happens a few days in based on what you choose to do, we might stop. But let's just say the first few days you're here, what are your goals to accomplish? Timber.
Yeah, I wanted to, before breaking off doing downtime stuff, I wanted to, before Kieran and Wiswick left to go to the library, before we assume break off to do what we want to do, Timber would grab Kieran by the hand and be like,
My-
will you
Good
marry
boy.
me? No.
He's ready to remarry.
Yeah,
Yeah, right?
ready.
My
Just
heart
just
belongs
just
to
like
Thinking the
that.
same thing.
Vanya. I'm so sorry, Timber. My heart belongs to the Crescent Heart.
It's only been 2.5 weeks. And he's like, "I'm ready.
Kieran, I have a small favor, or maybe not so small favor, to ask of you while you are doing some research at the library. Could you look into gods worshipped in the Gosuru Nation?
Yes, beast gods. You already asked me about this. I wrote it down on my paper.
Oh, I did.
Yes.
Sorry, it's
that's
been
okay.
lingering in my head. I must have forgotten.
Of
that I told
course.
you.
But knowing that it's so important to you, I will make sure it's one of my priorities while I'm there.
Appreciate it. Like,
Of course.
good luck.
And to you.
You're muted.
Thanks. I'll just go through the line and just sort of like what you would like to be doing or trying to accomplish during the first few days up to a week in Caradolan. Cal, what would Cal be doing during this time?
He would ask Gwendolyn for to point him towards anyone who is an expert in lay sanctum research, or anyone that has information, like whoever would be like the IRS kind of a thing. And if she finds those, if she could get me meetings with them. And other than that, he'd kind of just be taking it easy.
Yeah.
He trains Robert in the morning, practices himself, stays sharp. He's not wearing his armor. He's just kind of like hanging out,
Yeah, and Cal, this would like very much like remind you almost of home in the sense of like a lot of the responsibility of being on the road has drifted away. You're not spending your gold anymore. You are it's this strange vacation into your past where you could just train leisurely throughout the days and do as you wish.
Yep.
Okay, so we got looking for experts on lay sanctum research and the tax center of Caradolan. Scarlet.
Okay, I have a list.
Excellent.
All right, so first thing, I would like to go looking for a new dagger. One that's a little fancier. One might say maybe even has some magical returning properties, maybe. I don't know if we can find that. Just nicer than the just standard issue ones that she has. That's one thing. Scouting out the different forges, just like going in, wandering around, taking note of which ones are nice, which ones were like hers, things like that. She would bug Timber and for the meditation stuff, and I don't know if he would push her off again or if we would actually do it. But if he doesn't do it with her, she'll try it again herself. And all the while she's walking around town listening for whispers or conversations about the court or the syndicate, or if there's any wanted posters up anywhere. And I know we didn't RP this, but Cal, would you have told Scarlet that the general wanted to talk to her?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's on my list too, is to chat with the general and see what he wanted.
Okay. Timber.
So Timber his focuses would be on for any other spots that he's curious about in the general's estate in terms of layout of not the places that he can't get into, but everything else. He would also try to pry.
Yeah, to meet yourself.
He was also try to pry more information on best ways to execute getting through those locked doors, like for example patrols on guards, the timing of that. That's just
you're gonna mostly spend your time like observing the actual estate itself to try to figure out best way to infiltrate.
Mostly I don't want that to be my most of my time. That's more like like morning and evening kind of deal.
Yeah.
And then like the afternoon, Timber would kind of do the same thing as Scarlet and try to find out more information on if any familiar faces, some more information about the Highland Syndicate, creepy folk in alleyways, Timber's roaming around as a wolf. Might not be the best idea, but whatever. Hey.
It's week 1, baby.
Yeah, week 1. And Timber's also
just for your all's reference, it is the day that you established your position in his estate is the 25th of Guavala, the Fallow Dawn. So this week will go into the end of this month and into the start of the next month.
Timber will also look for an agent for a not to get like high, but like to drug Scarlet to try to meditate.
some like ayahuasca tea.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. So yes. So for everyone's reference, the next month is Quenvala, the Sowing Dawn. It'll be July, essentially. All right, Curon.
Do you just want it all?
Yes. Yeah, I kind of do.
Give it.
All right, so we're gonna start.
I say with a sigh.
We're gonna start with just divinity and planar constructs, if you will. So he wants to find out everything that these humans know.
Me too.
Wiswick as well. So
I imagine you two will be working a lot together in the first few days, and then you might split off after.
Right. And then a lot of it will be whatever we can bring back with us. We bring back to that study, and we have like a shared like table that like Kieran pushes a book aside. It's take a look at this quickly, Wiswick. Wiswick pushes something back. He's like, oh yes.
Oh, intriguing. Very nice. How about this one?
Exactly.
All right.
So we're starting with just divinity and planar makeup you know, this the two column you know, theory, but I guess if there's other theories out there.
Yeah.
From there, so we're gonna look for a long list of gods and goddesses. He will specifically be looking for gods of the Gosuru Nation, and any kind of bestial gods that he runs into. Of course, he's gonna just look up to see what the humans know about Ilyuvania, just to kind of like check in. He's going to look up the Morser conflict, everything, you know, before, after, whatever they know, centered around the Wayward One, and those that acted with him. So what gods acted with him, everything. And, you know, this is information that I think we have a lot of, but I just want to make sure that we get everything popsicle.
Yeah.
I think Wiswick looks further away from the Morrisier conflict and specializes more on planner effects. Just generally, like, he's seen a lot of you know, other dimensions through his travels, and he realizes the effect that they're having on the world, and he thinks that that's might be an important key factor to apply the, I don't know, like, the divinity to the realms and see if what the correlation between the two are, or if there is any correlation. There might be some that were brought into existence for other reasons. Who knows?
Absolutely.
Specifically on Ilyuvania is other cults that worship her that are not Elysian, and where they can be found.
Excellent.
Resurrection of gods, just kind of a
Excellent.
blanket statement, but I guess like towards that manifestation, and anything about the plane that Ilyuvania would control. Missing memories and how to reacquire them. And then something that he might he's not trying to keep it from Wiswick, so like if Wiswick starts asking, he'll probably just tell him, but he's looking into lycanthropy, and all he can knows is the sulk.
Wiswick is not interested.
Okay,
So anything to do with the sulk, my player knowledge, I believe, outmaneuvers Curon's.
Yes.
So I don't know if I know the name Astreus.
You do not.
Okay.
Unless Timber, you haven't said the name of
No,
that to him, right? You might have mentioned it very briefly.
I think Timber did when he was drunk.
Yes, I think he did.
Like very
Okay,
briefly, and then
'cause
was like, and then Timber's
Yeah,
like,
because I
"Who's
do
that?"
recall you being like, don't forget about that. Like, I think I remember you specifically saying, forget about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you would have
told him
heard. I'll if that's what you, if you recall that, then I could say you would at least know the term Astreus then.
Okay, then yeah. So that's another prominent god that he's looking into.
If we're talking into specifics, Wiswick might also want to learn a little bit more about Abraxas, which was a primal deity that was prevalent in the Underdark, and he has seen different parts. The Underdark people call him the Great Demon Bat, and he would also probably specify into his magic item that seems to have a connection to that other plane filled with spooky insect sounds, and I think is something evil. I know we had a name for it at some point, but I don't think Wiswick ever learned it.
No, Wiswick, you did not learn it yet. No one learned the name of that plane necessarily.
Yeah, so we'll be putting in a little bit of research into that as well.
Excellent. All right, so I'm gonna
And the
move
final
through. Yes.
one. This is the big one. Harbinger.
Okay.
That's kind of where I was getting at, but okay.
But you guys will
I
kind
have
of
a
come
name
together
for
at
this
the
one.
end of the week, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna move through this one step at a time. considering this sort of like a
Run
loose,
headlong.
yeah, a loose like semi skill challenge downtime week. We're gonna go through everyone one at a time. I'm gonna save the heavier stuff where it's like Curon for the end of the line because there's a lot more there, and I want him to ask specific questions as well as Wiswick. But we'll move through this fairly quickly to kind of like this is like your first week in Caerdolan. All right, so Caliph, you are looking for an expert in lay sanctum research and the tax system of Caerdolan. Give me a 2 investigation checks. First one is for the lay sanctum expert.
Investigation, you say?
Unless you have something else you think you would fit.
No, that makes sense. All right, it's a 6.
Can Wiswick give him advantage if he says?
Also, recall that I set Gwendolyn to it, and I'm not doing it on my own. I was like,
that's a good point. That's a good point. I'll
find
say,
this person for me,
give me. I'll say, generally speaking, on these skill checks, everyone has a bit of advantage because they can just ask the servants to help them. So, I mean, maybe not so much in the research, but you guys can help each other, and you could ask the librarians. So I'll give you advantage. So go ahead and give me another roll for that.
Yeah.
All
I was gonna say
15.
the researchers they don't leave the library, so you have to go to the bars that are close to there.
Yeah. You would learn that the preeminent experts on lay sanctum technology, Gwyn technology, so to speak, but also researching into ancient lay sanctum technology is Magister Eden. She is the Magister of Conjuration Magic in the Injiran Academy. She is does the primary research on extraplanar travel, extraplanar industry, like anything that has to do with lay like technology, the idea of cracks, rifts in reality. The Quintarchy is not particularly strong in this suit, so she is well to know name because the kingdoms have been like, we're gonna pour money and coin into you to research this because it's important for advancing our nation. So she's very well known at the university, and it would be easy information for Gwendolyn to acquire for you. So Magister Eden, she is the Magister of Conjuration Magic at the Injiran Academy. As far as tax collectors or like sort of officials in regards to taxation or tithes, like, are you looking for like an office or representatives?
Yeah, I'm looking for where their clerks are and where they keep their tax records. Is what I'm looking for.
Okay. So that is something that you would actually find within the Rosine Rise itself. Sort of close to home, close to the treasury. There is a office there. There's a center there that is particularly, it's where their clerks are. It's where the the representatives are, because it is a frequent place for traveling aldermans and dukes to come to talk about the taxations of their land, to talk about the tithes that they owe and all that sorts of things. So there is a centralized hub in the Rosine Rise, since they stay there, to discuss those matters.
All right. Well then, I would write to them and be like, I would like a meeting, please. Thanks.
Okay. So you're requesting a meeting with the taxation representatives in the Rosine Rise.
Yep.
Excellent.
And I'm totally willing for that to be like, 2-3 days, 5 days, whatever.
That's what
give me a
that's
call.
my intention too. Yeah, exactly. That'll be something that you'll receive a letter for in a few days.
I would write to the magister as well for requesting an appointment.
Okay.
His office hours.
Requesting an appointment for each. Perfect. Excellent. Lovely.
Also
Lovely
on
to
hand
know.
if anyone invites us to like parties or balls or galas or whatever, you know?
There's like notably not a lot of that happening. Like you note it where you're like, it's very fucking quiet for the upper echelon.
Yeah. Oh,
You know-
like they just aren't happening, or I'm not getting invitations.
No, like they're just not happening.
Oh,
Like,
interesting.
there's not a lot of representatives within the Rosine Rise. Like you would, like Cal, like know, kind of in a knowing way, you would go for strolls about the Rise, and you would notice it's really fucking empty. There's not a lot of folk who are in their estates here. You kind of occasionally like look up to the castle, just sort of in a not a longing sense, but sort of a curiosity, like what's going on in there? Because like King Heinrich is there, most likely.
Right.
Social distancing?
I would probably bring this up to Gwendolyn, like as like a side comment when we were talking about something else. I would say something along the lines of, you know, is it more of a winter scene in Caer Dolan? It seems like it's very quiet up in these parts.
And she would give you a general kind of response. Oh, well, it's been quite quiet over the last 2 months here. Not many travelers, not many ambassadors coming through. The general says that it's likely due to his traveling, in the sense that he is going to the ambassadors as opposed to bringing them to him. But I do know on some account, and she sort of like hesitates for a moment. I do know that the Wit and Moot should be meeting soon. So there should be some who are coming to the city, or at the very least, they'll send some sort of envoy. Representatives from across the Quintarchy. Dukes of Mark, potentially. There will certainly be an uptick in events when that happens.
Thank you, I respond, and I give her a very winning smile. I'm attempting to ingratiate us to her as much as possible. Like I'm trying to get her to like us in terms of just not just doing her job.
Give me a general charisma check.
That would be a 18.
All right, I'd say you're fairly successful in ingratiating to Gwendolyn, so that she, now when you come in and out of the estate, she's happy to see you all and is more cordial, as opposed to that tone you immediately sense from her of just sort of like, oh my god, I gotta get home, I hate you all, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Yeah. Excellent.
She does let you know, based on that roll, that the Wit and Moot is supposedly set to meet on the 8th of Quenvala. All right. Scarlet.
Yeah.
Roll me 3 investigation rolls.
Okay.
And a constitution check.
And a wisdom saving throw. Not a joke.
Not a joke? Okay. The first investigation is a 16. Second investigation is also 16. Third investigation is a 22. And the wisdom save is a 9.
Okay.
So he's fucking scrying on me.
So the first roll was for locating a new dagger. You learn that.
I do.
So kind of, especially because you got the same roll for scouting out forges, I'll just say you scout out forges and you learn that magical items are tightly regulated within Caer Dolan. And they're exclusively provided by the Injiran Academy. They have kind of like an additional wing of the academy where their magisters, their mages, work to enchant items for those who have the coin for it. So you learn, like, people are like, this is a very nice dagger, and you're like, does it do a little something? And you're like, what do you expect from me, man? I just make daggers. Like, you got to go to the academy for that.
Yeah.
So like, you don't really find a place like no forges sell magic items unless they're like a really crazy forge, and there aren't any of those in Caer Dolan. But they direct you to the academy for the best place to acquire magical goods.
Okay.
In this process, you also, with that 16, you are in these first few days really wandering the city. You're starting to try to get yourself comfortable with it. You find yourself during your days avoiding the upper cliffs and the plateaus. You're leaving the fancy places and you're walking amongst what you're more comfortable with in the slums and merchant quarters. So you find yourself almost making like a ritualistic route that you always go on during your days, where you walk down the promenade as fast as you can, enter Frog Hollow, take in the surroundings, maybe purchase a roadside meal, get a coffee.
Scarlett doesn't drink coffee. Yeah, hot chocolate.
get some hot chocolate, and then you kind of move through Frog Hollow. You find this weird path where you hear the singing of the forges. You hear the beating of the anvils, but you also just see people interacting. You see people selling goods. You see food being sold. You see someone making trades. You see folk living their day-to-day lives. People smiling as they make some exchange, but also just some old men and women sitting by the tavern smoking pipes, as they don't really work much these days and their sons and daughters make the money.
Mhm.
You enjoy moving through Frog Hollow because it reminds you of home. And then you make your way through Diligence Quarter, where you hear the intensity of the industry here. In this space, you move quickly because this is also overwhelming, because it's large, it's industrial scale versions of what your father's artisanal craftsmanship was. And you end your days typically in the Sprouts, where you move through the muddy streets and I'd imagine just sort of giving coin to street urchins that remind you of yourself. As you're moving through, there's less industry here, less crafters, more slums. And then you make your way back through all of it again, back up to your dwellings. I would say within Frog Hollow, you find a particular forge that reminds you as much as possible of your father's. It is a small hovel. It is kind of tucked away, hidden close to the walls, the outer curtain walls. It is operated by a half-orc gentleman who has these really frizzy gray mutton chops that lead up and fade into a salt and pepper dark short-shorn haircut that's swept back. He has a scar that goes down one eye and through his lip with a very vibrant green skin. And he's quite quiet and works hard on the forge. But when you go there, he's the first one you talk to who gives you the same sense of craftsmanship as your father. He doesn't care much when you talk about magic daggers. He doesn't, but he cares thoroughly when you talk about quality of steel. The forge itself is quaint, almost like a garage forge. And his hovel is attached to it. It does not have any ostentatious signs drawing people in. He works with who he works with. And he works 12 hours a day forging. And you go there and you hear the singing of the forge as his stoic presence gives you comfort.
Does it have a name? The shop?
Yes, it does.
It's okay. You can get it later if you need to.
No, it's good. It's called the Thunder Arsenal. And his name is Senric. And when you get there, when you speak to him, he speaks very plainly and quickly.
The dagger of that sort you wouldn't find here. The academy is up on the hill.
That's what I've been hearing. Seems that's the best option for where to find one of those.
I can forge you a fine dagger to bring to them to enchant, if you wish. It will take time, unlike the hacks and the promenade, the southern reaches of the Frog Hollow. It will take days, but it will be fine and perfect.
Would it perhaps speed up the process if you had some help?
You forge?
I do. Or I used to. My father was.
Perhaps.
He looks at you and he kind of leans back. He's got these massive forearms and biceps. He leans back with the smith's apron on. He just,
You'll need to show me what you can do before I allow you to work with me. Are you good for a few commissions?
Yes? Sure.
I'm gonna get to work.
and he nods over to a workbench where you can see the start of a few projects. And he walks you through them. Scarlett, give me a smithing tools check.
Would that be Dex plus proficiency? Or just...
Strength plus proficiency.
Aw. Well, that's still pretty good. 21.
So you spend the first 2 days that you've found this forge working with Senric. And every day you, like, for those of you in the estate, you find Scarlett comes home late because you stay as long as you can in the forge. The smell of the fire, the oils, the metal, the forging, it comforts you in this time of distress. And you're working, and you're making blades, armor. Mostly you're making like everyday goods though. And every day you leave and he hands you a portion of your earnings for the day. So for the first 2 days, first day you leave with 17 silver pieces. The second day you leave with 15 silver pieces. And each day he sort of like, you have this moment at the end of the night, there's just the sun setting and the fire of the forge and the lanterns he's lit as he just sort of is cleaning up and says,
Good work. You're a fine smith.
Thank you. I know it's been a couple days, but I kind of just got right to it. I don't believe I ever told you my name.
so your name before like the second day. But in that first day. Yeah.
I have a point.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's Rowan.
Rowan? Where are you from, Rowan?
Cindermaya.
Your father. Is he
Very
still
well.
there?
No. He's not, unfortunately. He died.
Shame. Long ago?
About 10 years.
Well, I'm sure wherever he is happy to see his daughter has become such a fine craftswoman.
Thank you.
I could use a hand like yours in the shop. If you'd consider sticking around.
Really? I think I would like that. Very much. Thank you.
Oh. The forge is sacred. And those who know to tame its fires truly are rare.
And so that kind of like those moments that you notice, there are iconography around his hovel in the shop of Fierce Soul, the
It's
forge
just-
drake.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow, we'll work on your dagger.
Thank you, Senric.
Now get out of here.
Okay. And then your last search for court information. I'd say, based on your first 2 rolls, though, you're a bit distracted.
Mm.
You know, you're splitting this time between reconnecting with yourself and reconnecting with Scarlet, so to speak. I'd say with that 22, what you're really doing is looking for iconography.
Mm.
Things that you know represent court safe houses and represent court trusted officials. And I will state, the way that I'll put this is, you leave Senric's every night, and you take up your latter hours doing this. And each night you will become more and more afraid, because they're everywhere.
Mm.
Especially in Frog Hollow, especially the most in Diligence Quarter, and then here and there in the Sprouts. But you're most wary on your walk homes from Senric's shop. The moon is high in the sky and the night is dark, and there are a lot of strange faces looking around. And you see them here and there. Symbols that represent trustworthy trustworthy shop owners, you know, good for business, which means they'll embark in illegal contraband. Safe house, those are the ones you avoid the most.
Hmm.
Anytime you see the symbol for safe houses, you're like, I will go 2-3 blocks
Walk.
away.
Yep. Take the long way around.
But you see there is a lot of it in the lower levels of the city.
Okay.
To the point where you're a little bit scared when you go home at night.
Okay.
But as soon as you get into the promenade, it all washes away. You don't know if they have access to the promenade, but these sigils are not there. These hidden signs are not there. They do not have safe quarter in these sections, but they are surrounding you.
Okay.
And someone's spying on you.
You don't say.
Okay. Timber. It's Senric, actually.
And the general chat, is that later? We'll do that later.
Yeah, we'll do that later.
Later.
Timber, give me 3 investigation rolls.
Just to be clear, because I misinterpreted what at first what Shannon was doing. Timber would be looking at the Highland Syndicate, but also doing more so investigation on what the general has proposed. Never mind. So I got a 13, a 10, and a 11.
All right, so
What are they for? Is it just?
That's
general?
what I.
Okay.
Yeah, what I'm checking is because I was saying you had an investigation of the estate itself.
Oh yes. Okay.
You had investigations of the Highland Syndicate.
Okay.
And then you had pursuing an agent who can provide you with mind-expanding drugs.
Ah, yes. Yes. So, yeah, I guess.
So for the estate itself, I'll put it this way: what are you looking for in the estate?
So Timber is generally trying to figure out the best way to infiltrate those locked areas, without causing any problems with the guards, and to go in and out unnoticed, to figure out what the general's hiding, basically.
Yeah. I'll say with that 13 roll for that first one, with that, what you can get out of that is that approaching those locked areas from the inside is nefarious because they have one-way entrances into the wings. Maybe the basement, you could sneak past the guards because there's several entrances to the basement. But the other floors only have one entrance to each of the wings.
Oh.
But there are several balcony entrances in the exterior. They require you to be to get to the third floor from the baseline and then sneak through and get to those spaces. In regards to what protections are there are magical protections you know of, but like not as much personal protection. You don't see the guards going in and out of those rooms frequently. You don't really see them patrolling much, except for the guards on the outside. The guards on the inside mostly stay at their posts, and like once it hits around noon, they kind of leave. They don't leave the estate, but they go to like the kitchen and they grab a bite, and they just get a lot more leisurely. The guards on the outside, though, they patrol pretty regularly, and they have a shift that changes at 2 p.m. And then the second group patrols for a certain amount of time, and then they shift, and it's sort of a rotating 3-shift patrol that patrols the entire perimeter, essentially. So, like, if you were to try to sneak into somewhere from the outside, you'd have to work around those patrols. Highland Syndicate stuff.
10.
What are you looking for particularly there?
So the general made reference to more information on what's his name?
Thatcher?
No, never mind. That was Scarlet. But anyway, it was more so just update like what their plan is, like if they even exist in the city, just to make sure we have our tails covered mostly.
Okay.
There's
I would say,
little birds.
Timber, you use your days sometimes to, one, you talk a little bit with the staff of the house because they obviously have some knowledge, but you also spend some time moving through the city, just sort of. You go like to the Sprouts, you go to the Frog Hollow, and you kind of find the tavern, and you sit in the corner, have maybe 1-2 extra of a beer, and just listen and talk. You use some of your training, kind of your field training, mingled with some of the I'm gonna have an extra drink here, and I'd say with a 10, you're not gonna get a lot of information, but you do find out that people are aware of the Highland Syndicate here. They're not completely foreign to the everyday language in the lower class areas. They know about them. They know that they're doing wild shit. They're doing a lot of things in Severwold. It's common knowledge that if you're going into Severwold, to be careful because Eastern Severwold is completely crime-ridden, and that if you're trying to get anywhere through Severwold, to be very careful and to avoid it if you can in Eastern Severwold. So, like, it's common knowledge in these parts of Oxland that it's very dangerous to even just go to Severwold. As far as, like, their operations in Oxland, there's not a lot of talk of that you hear. It seems like either to you either didn't hear about it, or, like, they don't really cross the kingdom lines very much. And then for your last thing, with an 11 for trying to find some drugs,
were these all with advantage?
Oh, yeah. So go ahead and maybe not drugs.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't roll advantage either. Not that it matters. I think I got plenty. But
Yeah.
Okay. Oh wait, you said not with drugs. Okay. Anyway, for the estate, I got a 17 for the if there's any more information. But for the Highland Syndicate, I got a 4, so it's still the same. And for the drugs, I didn't get advantage.
So I'd say the only thing more about the estate that you learn is that most of the locked stuff is in the northern wing. Like the kitchen is on the southern wing. Like you pretty much have access to the southern wing. And the northern wing is mostly what's locked away and seems to be the private area.
Is there any area in the northern wing that we do have access to?
The only area in the northern wing that you have access to is the second floor of the northern wing, which seems to be more guest quarters for the most part. Yeah, so that's the only layer. The third floor, the lower floor, and the basement, you do not have access in the northern wing. Okay. To resolve your pursuit of drugs, if you go to the Sprouts, you're looking for mind-elevating drugs that will help someone realize self-actualization. You don't find that.
Damn it!
You find some
Skooma.
Yeah, you find some messy herbal mixtures that you don't really quite know what's in, but they will get you high. That's what the person assures you of. They do say you'll be seeing the gods, but I don't think they mean in the way you intend.
He will get them, and
It will
he
cost
will...
you 5 gold.
It's fine. Will get them, and when Cal's not around, he's going to slip it. And when Robert's not aware, he will slip it into Robert's drink and experiment. And his test subject.
Oh no.
You are terrible. I love it.
Yeah, fuck
Dude.
alignment. Let's do this.
He will also have
So-
a healing potion on hand.
Yeah. I love. Maybe not drugs. So this all happens over the first few days. Curon and Wiswick,
Hi.
you guys, you head to the library, and we'll actually roleplay a little bit of this because it is relevant for your access to the library.
Sure.
So you traverse across the city, and you finally get through to the Umbra Enclave. When you enter into this district of the city, you can find, Curon, you'd be particularly interested in the fact that there are a lot of derelict temples that are pretty much just empty. There are temples to pretty much all of the conservator gods, but they're either, some of them are straight up empty, derelict, like they look boarded up almost, while others just look, most of them look in shambles in some sense. There's not as much patronage to these temples. They maintain a certain illustriousness of the past when they were thoroughly attended and thoroughly worshipped at, but for the most part, they almost look like old ruins in the way that they've been tended to, some worse than others. And they sort of line the streets leading towards an old fortress, essentially, that is the Kiris University. There is kind of like the grounds of this old keep that have been transferred into, rehabilitated into a university that has this central spire sticking out of it that is a tall tower with an observatory at the top, with several other smaller towers kind of attached to it.
Could I just stop Curon maybe when we're passing those derelict temples and just look up to them and say,
Well, we've seen stuff like this before. It seems that maybe the people of these lands are really going into Zendariel's faith. I think it would be best if, when we get there, maybe just when you're talking to people or anybody who seems of import, maybe tone down the whole Eluvania thing. I know it's your whole deal, and I want you to be you. I don't want to tell you not to say what you feel, but just don't try and convert anyone on the spot. You know what I mean?
I understand your concern, Wisrick, and I understand your point. I'll be sure to not be as gun-ho, they say, in my fervent worship of Eluvania. No, it does sadden my heart to see all these ancient shrines abandoned in this way, cast aside so easily.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is quite a shame. All that knowledge gone to waste.
And you would see, like, this would be your clearest view of the conservator gods. Like, you've like heard of the other gods, but like obviously in Alicia, particularly because you're of the shepherd path, like you mostly have studied Illyvania. You saw the weathered statues in Jack's Abbey. Here
Yeah.
you would see like what would be like the former glory of these, covered in overgrown vines, ivy, the pools muddied. You would see this large sort of brutalist structure that has these very clear hearths that used to be very bright, and this weathered statue of a dragon overlooking it, with its wings kind of canopying the courtyard of the temple. And like there used to clearly be some sort of flow, like maybe a lava flow out of the dragon's mouth into a like sort of fountain area that you can see has this almost burnt crisp where there would be water. It's sort of like singed as if there was a lava flow there, as you can see the completely abandoned temple of Fierce Soul. There is no one attending it. It's dark inside. There is even like the equivalent of graffiti like painted onto the sides, overgrown entirely to the point of being almost forgotten.
Kiran will walk up to the lava area where there would have been lava. Thoughtfully pauses, puts a hand against it, and if you'll allow it, kind of
Certainly.
exude a bit of divine magical energy. To kind of just be like, I'm here, I recognize you, I see you, and I'm sorry for this treatment. Just kind of like push that into it. And then looking at Lisbeth, so not all gods are created for this, but they work for us, we work for them. In ways that mortals like us can never truly understand. It truly does hurt to see people of this city throwing off such great entities as Fierce Soul, who I assume Kiran would have a minute knowledge of. A god of the forge. An industry that is so common here. They forget where they come
And you would see like in this almost semi-blessing, like not much happens to the temple itself. It's sort of that moment of like, it seems a bit brighter, seems a bit more recognized in the way that the sun hits it. But for the most part, it fades behind the clouds to the same drear that it had before. There is a moment of recognition almost. And you would see similar temples around. You'd see another spire, much like the one you saw in Oranshire for the Stormlord. You would see some that you've not seen before. You would see one that has empty fountains all around. The temple is mostly water fountains and other different contraptions that move the water around, and pools all around dedicated to Ilvarden, the warrior. And it had.
I was just gonna ask if there's any temples that are mostly oats.
That are what?
Mostly oats.
Jesus, I'm gonna.
That
The temples all crumble into the earth, and Illyvania is dead again. You see a temple that is largely these like busts of trees and different natural nature ornaments covered in vines. There's a soul priestess there, as you see the statue of Ona, the weeping sister there. You would see a temple to Vosrun, the sacrifice, that has, this one is like, you thought Fierce Souls was brutalist. This one is brutalist and simple, and is almost like you've got these like thick sheets of stone that make up the different layers of this temple. It's completely empty, and this one looks even older than the Fierce Soul temple, where the stone itself looks like it's being eaten away by age, as there is the symbol of Vosrun atop the tall doorway, the single sort of squared doorway that leads in, holding out a heart forward. And you see some of the other ones. You know, you see a temple to Wick the Curious, Ro the Trickster, Thera the Hopeful. They're all either completely in ruins, or there are one or two. Yes, we're both in this this Google Drive page.
I'm editing things too on my own notes.
But for the most part, there's maybe one devotee to some of them, but for the most part, they're in ruins. And these kind of line the pathway that lead to the old fortress that is now housing the university.
Anything to Zendariel here?
There is a former Zendariel Abbey here that is it's still like there are still people present there, but it is significantly less traveled because of the opening of the cathedral. But it is the access point for the poor, essentially. So if you're looking abound here, there are occasionally villagers that go to each of these temples. You see maybe like an occasional like single villager who goes up to the, you know, the Vosrun temple and just sort of like leans by the statue. But then like at the end of the abbey, or the end of the road, there is the Abbey of the Everflame that has the most of the villagers around it who are waiting their turn to enter in to speak to the graces within. It's small, and most of the traffic is moved towards the cathedral itself. But it is present. Only one that looks tended to. Only one that has live, not overgrowth, but live gardens. And it has that statue of Zendariel at the top, where she is crowned and holding the flame in her hands by her heart, with angelic wings leaping off of her back. Three pairs. She has 6 wings.
Just to clear things up.
You would also notice she has this almost not. It's like a halo, but it's physical. She has sort of a growth that goes back in rounds, like a halo, almost like if you took a devil and their horns once were a halo, and then it was broken when they became a devil. And that's kind of what her crown looks like, is this perfect halo that if broken could turn into horns. And there's like a jewel at the center of it. But
pretty cool.
This is Advantage in Paradise, not Relaxing in Paradise.
Shit.
It's a different show. Could I possibly take just a quick look at the Wick temple? Because this is a god that I don't think Wiswick ever learned about, but is also piqued his interest, considering that the god is usually depicted from the statues that he's seen as a shorter figure with a book. So
yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, he just wants to maybe just see if anybody's inside, maybe just knock on the door, look and see if there's anything like books or evidence inside of scripture or anything like that.
Absolutely. When you step into the temple for Wick, its exterior is the most like, for the best way to put it, is contemporary of all of them. It looks more like a manor and like a state house than the other ones who look like temples. And when you go inside Wiswick, all of the walls are bookshelves. but they're empty. There's dust and spider webs within 50-foot tall bookshelves that line the entirety of this temple. The central chamber, it's a circular temple that has 3 wings that kind of jut out from it that have these very tall bookshelves. You see ruins of old ladders and other contraptions in the temple. This temple has not been worshipped to in a very long time. The center is sort of a reading area. You can see kind of dried out, decaying wood that makes up kind of like kind of like in the Library of Congress, the way they have that central reading area where you bring the documents from the library. That is what the entire central chamber looks like. The Declaration of Independence is hidden in there. But it is dark, empty. The stained glass of the outer chambers is shattered, and there's a little bit of light peeling through. There you see in the center of that reading area is a statue to Wick that is very clearly to you a gnomish figure that has this one hand holds out this book, and the other hand is held up, and in the palm of it you can see the sockets for gems that have been taken. And then you see in the crux of the forearm is the socket for a gem where still lays a scintillating yellow diamond.
Could I possibly take the time to just detect magic, see if there's anything interesting about this statue?
Certainly. Give me go ahead and
I'll just
you
cast it. I don't need to do a ritual. I'm not planning on casting spells today.
Certainly.
Or a lot.
The diamond does radiate a certain type of magic. It is divine in nature. The room has a strange sensation to it. There are vestiges of divinity here that are barely clinging on. But they're a little oddly familiar. Some of them breathe this light that emanates from that crystal, this sense of celestial nature. But then in the corners and the shadows, there's this creeping darkness in this temple. It reminds you a lot of that oculus you've been looking through.
I try to I think I take the Oculus out, and I take also a piece of paper and start jotting down a small note. And in it, I don't address it to anyone, like to whom
I may concern. I wish to inquire about the ancient history of this temple. Please, if you have any information, find...
And then I list my whole name. And I list wherever the address of General Kinsley, and I roll it up and I place it in the hand with the open socket that's raised up in the statue. And before I leave it there, I look down to the gem and instinctively touch it and try and sense if I can get any, I don't know, magical feelings out of it. I feel like I've already casted Detect Magic, but I just want to see if I get any sense of, is it something I felt before? Could it be anything like this orb? Like, if I'm holding both in my hand, do I get similar vibes?
Give me an Arcana check.
As you're doing it,
Wait, is this an advantage?
No.
Damn it. All right, well, I got a natural 20.
Kieran, what would you...
remember what happened when you touch these gems? Not stopping him in any way, just being in the scene.
Yeah, Kieran kind of quietly walked in and watched you as you've explored this. With it,
I was trying to go for 2020 to end out the year. 2 crits.
with that natural 20, though, Wisbick, there is a sensation that you feel when you touch this. It is not revelatory, though. It is comforting, though, because as you touch it, you feel a kindred spirit in the sensations of whatever divinity is within this gem. It is clearly held in place because other gems have been stolen here, and this one remains. It is firmly placed in the forearm here, as the arm around it is kind of structured through it. You feel both a sense of wonder, astonishment, and dread. As you feel the base instinct of curiosity. What Wick represents as a god is curiosity, both curiosity that leads to prosperity and doom. And you feel this overwhelming sense of lust for knowledge and grief at what it rots.
Wiswick pulls his hand back quickly, affected emotionally from this experience. You kind of see that his hand is shaking a little, and he puts it down and just like kind of tries to play it off. And
Well, let's get out of here, Kieran. I dare not disturb this temple any further.
You've not wanted to disturb something. Say what?
Maybe if I figure something out in the library, I can come back and identify something else. But honestly, this I felt something from this statue, and it reminds me of a place that I don't have very fond memories of.
I'm sorry, Wiswick. I did not mean to intrude.
It's okay. Let's just get going.
Of
Hopefully,
course.
we'll find out some more in our research.
Yes. You're muted, Sean, but real quickly. This is Wick the Curious?
Yes.
He was kind of saying that to Wiswick, but okay, sure. It's not
You s-
everything.
You
Yeah.
I've heard of the name, not much else.
Seems a fitting god for you, if I may say so. Curious. A word I would definitely use to describe you. But yes, to the library then. DM, take us away.
you move over. You leave this temple, and there's this solemnity to this entire lane. You know, not a lot of, most of the overgrowth is overgrowth and not tended to gardens. But you approach the university itself, and you can sense there's these tall curtain walls, but they have these long banisters that hang off of them, banners that are a bright cobalt blue, and they have a sigil on them that is a artistic representation of an eye. It has a singular eye at the center, and it has sort of a crown upon it, and then sort of descending shapes that lead to the lower banner that just show sort of descending spikes and then star points that go all the way down it. The sigil of the university. It looks somewhat like this.
ooh,
As you enter through the archways of the fortress, and it just sort of quietly leads into this delicately curated vestibule garden arboreum where there are some fountains, there is tended grass, beautiful trees. The trees, you notice that they grow up and they look like normal trees with branches leading out, but the fringes of the The fringes of the leaves are blue, almost like when you look at leaves turning from summer to fall and how they have some green and some orange. These trees have some green and then their fringes look blue and touched with mana almost as you move through. And you find the tall double doors of the main hall that open up as you approach them, and you step forward to a large wooden reception area with doors on either side that almost like the opening to a cathedral with a reception desk, as you will, as you see a tall Fearbolg figure who has gray fur all over. They look very old and hunched over as they are writing in a book, and they look up to you and just say,
"Welcome to the Kiris University. How can I help you today?"
Thank you. My name is Kiran Islastana, and this is my friend Wiswick Netherrock. We've come here today seeking, well, much information. I'm sure we won't find it all in one day, but if we could start our research. Wiswick, where do you think we should start?
Wiswick casually places the auxiliary note that he got from what's it called, General Kinsley, and looks at the Furbolg and says,
Do you have any recommendations for us? We're new in town, and I believe that we're in need of some assistance finding what we want.
Of course. My name is Osmond Greyborough. I am the librarian of the Kiris University. Whatever you seek, as long as it is appropriate for your station, I can provide.
That's not a traditional Fearbold name that you've taken on. Very intriguing.
My kin take on the names of their homes, for it is the code. But I studied here and see no need to restrict myself to my ancestors. I gave myself a name. I chose it, and it is my own.
I think it's a lovely name, Osmond. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Thank you, Curon.
Now, as my friend Wiswick here has shown you, we are guests of the General Duke High something Kinsley, if that means anything to you. We were told that we might be able to get some extra assistance working under his writ here.
You see Osmond kind of brush his bangs out of the way as he has these very like overhanging gray bangs, almost like those emo haired buffalo.
"Oh,
As
the
he-
Highland coup,
Yeah.
Scottish
As
town."
he pushes it away and looks at you and says,
Yes, I received word that you would be arriving and in need of access. I can provide you with 4 hours of free access to the libraries proper. I cannot gift you access to the Angiran Academy holds. They hold privy over that access. But any assistance you need in the general libraries of the Kiris University, I can assist.
Well, we appreciate that assistance very much. Why don't we just get to it then? And Kieran will walk into the library and we'll try to go after those things that we told you about.
Yeah. So what I'll ask for you to do, is both of you give me 2 things you want to research in these first few days.
You go first.
So Kieran will start with the Morseer conflict and the theories of the planes.
Okay. Give me 2 investigation rolls with advantage.
What's my investigation? I'm like barely using my character sheet today. So we'll say Morseer is an 18. Plane theory is a 22.
2. Okay. So for the Morseer conflict, you are able to spend a good portion of these few days researching this. You find several texts that date back to the founding of Oxlin. Some that are even older that date back to previous civilizations during the years that led up to the modern era. There's some very old texts. There's certain ones you can't take out because of their delicacy, and you must research here. But for the most part, what are some questions that you're searching for about the Morseer conflict?
Oh, where do we begin?
Let's go with 3 for today.
Only 3? All right. So, its initiation, how it kicked off, its ultimate conclusion, assuming that is the death of the Wayward One, and the current ramifications, AE, planar shifting, slash, as we've seen areas where the planes are glitching almost. The death of the Feywild, I think, would be included in that. And the, I guess, kind of like the death of those gods, and just like almost a refresher on chained gods, dead gods.
Yeah.
All that.
And then what is your question about planar constructs? Or is that included in that kind of?
It's kind of included, but it's more so, I guess this is also kind of just like lore. It's more just Kieran trying to learn more. He understands 2 pillar concepts. Are there other concepts or theories of the planes? Kind of, I guess planar travel would be a little bit in there, but it's not his focus. The only way would be his focus if it's, how do I get to Iluvania's plane of existence?
All right.
But yeah, one of the big things. And then I guess the theory of the Shadowfell.
Yes. Excellent. So, in your research in this first week, you discover a few different things. One, you discover that the histories have quite a bit about the initiation of the conflict. You find of all the history they weirdly have the most about the initiation of conflict. Probably because civilizations were still writing about it at that point and not dealing with the end of the world. So you find that it was a slow trickle that were peculiarities that nations were not recognizing, that then swiftly turned into a torrenting river, leading to the initiation of the conflict. All that's known about the actual initiation, when it is considered day 1 of the conflict, is that it did not happen on Gwenvalir. It happened on Aldalor, a continent in the northwest across the ocean. And that the Wayward One chose this as the site of his entrance into the material plane. And it's considered his appearance, as soon as he breached the rifts and became present fully on the material plane, was when the conflict started. That is the scholarly agreed upon time when they say the conflict began. There are events that led up to it. The texts you find know near to nothing about what was happening on Aldalor, but they know about what the ramifications on Gwenvalir were, based on studies of ruins and archaeological sites. It is still somewhat shrouded in mystery. They know that the Wayward One's presence, though, started a conflict that lasted long enough for it to be recorded in its initiation. In that the main theories revolve around the weakening of the material plane's fabric, allowing for fusions. Phasing is what they call it, where specific pieces of other planes would phase into reality. So they talk about stories that are recorded of like a town noticing that the mountain near their village had like 2/3 of a fortress just sort of jutting out of it that was phased into it from another plane of existence. Or they'd go to their farm and they'd notice there's a patch that is just sort of desiccated and fiery and familiar to what you recognized in the effects of the tuning fork beneath Driftmarch, where there's just sort of this space that is phased from another plane of existence. And that these were the signs that led up to the Wayward One's ultimate ascension and initiation of the conflict. The conclusion of the conflict is the most mysterious, because it was when civilizations were the most broken and not focusing on recording their history. All that's known is that it was concluded in a tower on Aldalor. And that there still remains a mark today of that. That somewhere in Aldalor there is this wretched mark in the skies. And scholars that have gone to Aldalor say that it is still recovering to this day from the conflict, as opposed to Gwenvalir, that has sort of recovered itself almost fully. That Aldalor is mostly still in ruins. And that's why there's not a lot of trade and a lot of like travel to Aldalor, is because most of it is just fucked in a wasteland. Ramifications: Aldalor's fucked. And areas of Gwenvalir are still weakened. This, Kiran, is where you first read about the details of the Gosur ruination. You know of the story of Bearet being cast across by Ilyuvanya's divine spear through the skies to die in the distance. But you've not read often of his graveyard. And this is where you first read about a land barely explored. But what folks who have explored can say is that it is covered in mist and fog, overgrown jungles, and spikes of bone piercing into the sky of the skeleton of the ancient god drake Bearet. And that few go there and survive. You would also learn of a certain population there that have been very briefly. They're the most studied group there because they're the only known like civilization there. The only known humanoids who live there, really, besides random bands of individuals who flee the rest of the continent. And these are the wild elves.
Wild ones, wildlings.
Wild elves.
Wild elves, got it. Okay, sorry, I didn't hear.
And you learn, and this is towards the end of your research, that you learn of a deity they worship. A beast. There's very little text on this. It is mostly written from an explorer who went there and on his last voyage died because they killed him. He was examining their culture, particularly curious about their religion. In most of their iconography is lupine in nature. That there is some beastly wolf god that they worship. There's no information about practices, rituals, or what the origin of this wolf god is. All it's known is that they venerate these wolven skulls that they collect that are much larger than the wolves in the rest of Gwenvalir, and much larger than even Velik stalkers, hinting at there's some sort of dire wolves in this region that are much larger. I would say in this first week, as you try to explore more theories of the cosmos, you don't find as much. This is the type of stuff that's probably locked away in the Enduring Academy. New ideas. They're keeping the consistent public stuff out in the front, but anything that might have to do with deviations of the most common theory likely are kept in the Enduring Academy.
I have a few questions, but I wanted to emphasize that I think during the first week, Wiswick kind of cuts off a little bit earlier than Kieran in some of the studies. Maybe I'll get less questions or something like that. But he wants to try and start building a rapport with the people around. So maybe like the first day he'll just chat it up with the librarian. The next day he tries to find somebody who can teach him about whatever they're interested in. Doesn't matter to him. And he's going to basically just try and learn a little bit about the area. Kind of doing like he's building his way up into like an inside the actor's studio where he can like sit and have like little interviews with random
you're using the first week to establish a rapport with the university as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. If you want to give me a quick charisma check.
Damn it.
And then and then sort of one investigation
my
check
one
for your...
question would be Underdark and like what do they know about the Underdark?
Yeah.
Is there any books here from my Uncle Oic?
So go ahead and give me those two rolls, an investigation roll and a charisma roll.
Okay. Advantage on both?
Yes.
A 19 and a 2 for investigation. So 19 plus 9 is 28. 2 16s for, what was it, charisma? And that means I got a 16.
Okay, so I'd say with your charisma, you are starting to create some kind of rapport. You are sharing knowledge with several of the associate professors.
Okay.
And some adjuncts.
If any of them are interested in maps, I've got great ones of all over the place.
Yeah, Wiswick, I'd say you take this week where Kieran is like, I have no other interest in this place other than the knowledge held within. You are taking some time to develop not a reputation, but more of just a rapport with this place to try to improve your access, one, but two, this is your people.
Yeah, I want to expand my own experiences as
So
well.
I'd say in this first week, you do you engage in several conversations about the physics of magic and the world around. You do find research on the Underdark. You find historical books that talk about the prevalence of ditch towns in the north, in Elysia, and on the outskirts of the Sinvosi Peaks. You find books that talk about attempted mappings of the Underdark, where there is no incomplete map. There's no complete maps of the Underdark here, just as there isn't a complete map of the Underdark amongst the Deep Gnomes. But there also aren't even complete maps of like your regions where people might have been able to explore more accessibly.
This is all heartwarming, but what about religion?
Yeah. As far as religion, I would say with the roles you got, you do find some references to Abraxas. And maybe this is where you and Curon kind of meet sometimes, because Curon's studying the Morrisir conflict. The major thing you learn about Abraxas is that they were a deity that sided with the Wayward One during the Morrisir conflict. And that they were... before the Morrisir conflict, they were deeply associated with the deep crevices of the world. And they were considered a being that was a parasite on Aradun as its own kind of like world soul concept. That it was some sort of creature that was trying to eat away at the interior of the world and almost consume it to become the predominant spirit of the world. And Abraxas was seen as this bulbous figure that was almost bleeding shadow from its hulking form, if you ever were to see it yourself. And that it had kind of like dominion and corruption over any who saw the Underdark as their home. And their goal was to bring all of it under their dominion. And go ahead.
I was going to say, is this parasitic nature similar to the Shadowfell?
For you, Curon, you would feel that way. Like you would sit there and say, like, this creature is not Scaithfulum, because there's no reference of it having that sort of nature, but it feels, its core essence seems exactly like a Shadowfell creature. In the sense of its devouring nature, and the shadow that is part of that devouring, and the corruptive nature of it. You would surmise this is some sort of powerful Shadowfell entity that had found root not in the souls of Aradun, but in the soul of Aradun.
Can I ask more questions?
Yeah, you can ask. I'll give you 2 more questions.
Okay. How about the Harbinger? Anything on him?
I'd say in this first few weeks, you don't find anything.
Worth a shot.
This is an Angiran Academy sort of thing, if it were anywhere.
Anything about this might lead more into my social interactions than my studying, but has any like maybe when I talk to more prevalent scholars, I ask them if they've heard of the name Killian Fox, because I know that he was a researcher and I have essentially his studies in the book that
that's a good one. That's a good question. You would, if you asked for that name, people would know who that is. They would say,
I wouldn't reveal any information.
Yeah, it would be more casual.
Like, if you can show me the right person to talk to about this, I'd be happy to go over his research.
You'd hear from a few folks, these people are low levels. They don't have perfect knowledge. They just know, oh yeah, Killian Fox.
Basically, a rumor I'm spreading.
Yeah. You're hearing some grapevine things, and they're like, oh, Killian Fox. We haven't heard that name in a few weeks, few months. Stories say he was kicked out of the academy. But a year ago, he worked under
I think he worked under Viridian. Magister Viridian.
Interesting.
Yes, they worked. They were part of the Evocation College.
This Viridian, has he been with the Academy long?
Magister Viridian has been here a very long time. We don't hear much from them, though. No one's seen them in a while. They stay in their study. They don't really bless us down here below the towers. But the study of evocation is important. Killian supposedly was going too far with it. I'm not sure. The rumors say he was kicked out. Some say he dealt in enchantment magic or necromancy, but that's always the rumor when someone's kicked out of the academy.
Very true. I'd love to talk more about this subject, but I'm afraid it's not my place to share. All I know is that Killian's passed away, and yes, up north. His research, he didn't stop his research though.
It's a shame.
Perhaps not.
And as you kind of pass through and talk about it with folks, some are like, "Ah, fuck that guy." And others are like, "Oh, well, it's always a shame to lose a bright mind." And there's sort of mixed reactions. But generally, everyone knows who Killian Fox is. He was not a stranger in this academy. He was someone who, for the most part, was well known as a researching professor within the academy for a long time, working under the Evocation College with Viridian.
Okay. How
All right.
about... Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I'd say this is the first few days, most of the first week. You all come back to the manor kind of at the end of this first week. It's begun a new month. It's Quenvala. You've been enjoying really nice meals for the last 5 or 6 days. You've just been very relaxed. You've almost forgotten about the road outside, but not forgotten about your mission here, as Kieran and Wiswick work diligently in the study. The rest of you, I'd say, Cal, it's around this time that you get word that you've been approved to meet with the officials you've wanted to meet with. Scarlet, General Kinsley's been avoiding you, actually. You've been telling Gwendolyn, and she's just like, he's just not available. He's on travel. He's in a meeting. He's this, like, call back later. And you've kind of completed that first week in Caradolin, explored quite a lot. More to explore. Next session is we'll do the second week in Caradolin. As at this point it is oh god, where am I shit? Okay, it's about the third. It's the third of Quenvala. So for Cal, for your reference, in 5 days, the Wit and Moot is going to meet. As you're all kind of resting on this 7th day, it's a Mundag. You've kind of, we'll say, like, kind of took this day off, as some of you are reading, some of you are attending to things, but you all respectively go to bed for the evening on the second night of Quenvala. And it's sometime around maybe 2 a.m. No, it's not that. Scarlet.
Yeah, fuck.
It has been a long time that you've been able to sleep, lovely. Resting. It's been 4 straight weeks at this point of rest. Something pulses through you. Roughly somewhat after 2 a.m. Panic strikes through your heart as you awaken in the cold night. It's brisk August 2nd night. The window's open as the air is brushing the curtains. It's dark, completely dark in your chambers. The hearth has just slight burning coals in it. You feel terrified for some reason. What do you do?
Immediately, I feel like it was one of those like gasping, sitting up kind of things. So
exactly.
I would immediately, like, I don't go to sleep without my dagger on the bedside table. So I'll pick that up and just like kind of stand up really quick and look around. I feel like somebody's here.
Give me a perception check.
That is a 17.
You look around as the room is coated in the blue light of the moonlight outside. Wind billowing. You're sweaty because it's still August and it's a hot night. That breeze kind of makes you feel cool. The panic is still there. You're looking in the shadows of the corners of the room. You don't see anyone.
Go out to the balcony.
What do you do out there?
I'll go up to the railing and just kind of like see if I can see anybody lurking.
Give me a perception check.
Oh, that one's not good. That's a 10.
There's no one outside the Rosine Rise. You can hear the bustling of the city below, still quiet, but thrumming with a gentle beat. A few lights down in the lower city. The darkness, utter darkness of the lake in the distance. What's your AC?
18.
You hear it first. As you feel cut across your cheek. An arrow. As you're immediately bleeding across your cheek.
Don't
Blood
know where
coming
it came
down.
from.
Directly to the from your room, the left, towards the cliffside where the mountainside that leads up to the castle is. You look behind you to where that arrow might have landed. It skid across your cheek. You're bleeding, and you can feel like a shadowy wisps coming off of it. So you look down and you see a shadowed arrow. It is not a physical arrow. You see shadow that has landed in the floor of your room, and then just.
It killed Timber. Timber's dead.
Yeah. Timber. Actually, no, Timber. You would wake up at this point because the arrow would have hit the ground, and you would have definitely heard sort of like a. And you would wake up and you would notice this arrow. You'd see the shadowy arrow that just vanishes away. Scarlet, give me an insight check. Also, what are you doing? Timber, what are you doing?
He's gonna crack into a hybrid and be like, "Get away from the windows," and then, or the balcony, and then pull her in, and then close the balcony doors. I imagine there's balcony doors. Are there balcony doors?
Yeah.
Okay.
17 insight.
You know what this arrow is.
Of course I do. What is it?
Those deep-seated assassins of Cyrus's courts use weapons with ammo that disappear. They're meant to kill and leave no trace other than the wounds. They don't miss.
Except this one did. But I don't know who it is.
They call them icicles.
Oh.
But Timber kind of pulls you inside as you're thinking about this and slams the doors shut.
Timber, they're here. It's the court. It's the court.
They're not getting in. But get
No.
down.
Timber pulls you down, I imagine,
Oh, yeah.
to get low. And another arrow shoots through the window. And you hear the shattering of the glass. As you see this one has some fire to it. And before it could start, like, spreading, you see immediately the chamber torches light up and are almost this crimson red, and then the fire is sucked out of the room as you can see this sort of magical light falls down over the window as the security wards of Kinsley's estate have come into effect. And you see another arrow just sort of bounces off of the window.
So this,
I imagine I would kind of just like try and wrestle away from Timber at this point, and just like I won't open the balcony door, but like if there's curtains or something, just like I have to see if I can see something.
Give me a perception check.
What?
You see two figures on an opposite building. Well, not an opposite building. You see them. You see one that is clung to the side of the cliff. And you see another that is hanging from a rope from them with a bow and arrow. And you see... And as you're looking, it shatters across the window that you're looking through, and you kind of jump back, where, like, if the wards weren't there, it would have hit you in the face.
Yeah. Timber, can you see any of them? Do you know what they look like? I can't see.
hold on. Timber's going to blink to the other side of the windows and then take a quick look.
Give me a perception check.
Nobody else
baby.
is up, right?
That's 23.
You can see them as well. You can very clearly see them.
Okay.
You can very clearly see them. They are, Scarlet points them out to you. They are very clearly clung to the side of the cliffside, hanging down, and one is just sort of like twisting almost. And like when they you can tell they're like holding an arrow. And then when they get in line with you, you see the shadowy arrow coming towards you, and then sort of shatter across the ward. And you can see it kind of splintering. They are not stopping.
How far away are they?
They are about 200 feet away.
Scarlet, let's get out of this room. Let's go get everybody else.
They're not gonna stop. They're just gonna be there until something.
That is why we're getting everybody else. Come on. Timber's gonna cast darkness. And then grab Scarlet and get out of the room.
Okay. So as this darkness spell kind of Scarlet, you've seen this before, but Timber kind of says we need to get out of here, and he's walking towards you, but in one hand you can see sort of this dark energy spilling out that you've seen before, as you can see it sort of poofs out like a smoke bomb as the room is filled with this otherworldly darkness. It's not smoke, it is shadow as it fills the entire room, and he grabs your hand and pulls you out into the hallway as you start rushing out to alert your friends of what danger is out there. And that is where we'll end tonight. All right, friends. Sorry we went so late, but thank you for sticking around with us as we got through some investigative studies, but also landed into some danger that you thought you were avoiding as you entered into civilization. Join us next week for Advantage in Paradise as we further explore not only this encounter, but also the rest of Caer Dolan as we move through these final sessions of Season 1 of Advantage in Paradise. Join us next week. Thank you for hanging out with us in Paradise. Good night, folks.
Thanks, everybody.